Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to this Sunday's webinar. As we enter month 31 of a live stream genocide in Palestine, a few things have become abundantly clear. First, it has never been more important to double down on solidarity with the Palestinian people and all the people impacted by genocide, because it has never been more clear that there is no government, at least in the Western world, that is non-complicit in the genocide of the Palestinian people and people in other parts of the world. So us, the people, we need to get more active, more organized, and more creative to face the fascism rising before our eyes. The things we've warned about a long time ago at the beginning of genocide are now showing their ugly face. We've seen what impunity unchecked looks like when it normalizes atrocity and when it manufactures helplessness. And of course, that helplessness is exactly what we must fight. We are seeing humanitarians on the flotilla, on the streets, assaulted, tortured, sanctioned, and harassed at every turn, even in countries like Spain, where we believe that that government stood with the people. We've seen how flotilla volunteers came home after being attacked by the IOF, only to face more brutality at their home. The reason is not complicated. Police forces in Spain, in Canada, many other countries are actually trained by the IOF, and let that sink in. So at a time when solidarity has a price tag, and yes, it does have a price tag, we must choose to double down, to intensify and to organize, because I fundamentally believe that the cure for fear is courage. The cure for hate is love, and the cure for silencing is to get louder and bigger. But to sustain this, we need to pump energy into our movement, and that energy must come from our North Star, from the source of truth, which is always the people themselves. Palestinians, Lebanese, Sudanese, Congolese, and all the people living the reality of genocide, ethnic cleansing, and erasure. Their voices must be the loudest in the room. And what I'm about to say next may make some of you uncomfortable, and that's actually exactly the point. Because we are living through a moment when Palestinians are being silenced in every possible register. Their land, their names, their olive trees, their flags, their language, and their dead. The erasure is not only physical, it is the rewriting of history in real time, the elimination of every symbol, every trace that says, we were here, we are here, and we exist. We are seeing chapters pulled from published books, speeches canceled, names omitted from programs, from panels, from the historical records. The silencing is happening in our academic institutions, in our cultural spaces, in our movements. Brick by brick, the architecture of erasure is being built and is being normalized. We cannot allow this to continue, and we cannot play any part in it. Because the question for every one of us who claims solidarity is this: are we part of this resistance to that erasure, or are we, however unintentionally, part of it? And this is where we must be honest with ourselves. It is perhaps human nature to assert our identity, to be seen, to be recognized for our commitment and our courage, career aspirations, ego, the desire to be the one who speaks truth to power. These are all deeply human impulses, and they are not shameful. But in this context, they can be dangerous because they can cloud our judgment in ways we do not even notice. They can lead us to occupy spaces we should be protecting, to center ourselves in stories that are not ours, to mistake our passion for proximity to the truth. And so we must name that honestly in ourselves and in each other. The machinery of substitution does not announce itself as harmful all the time. It arrives wearing the face of allyship, the well-meaning panel, the empathetic speech, the ally who speaks about Palestinians rather than creating spaces for them. And when we let our voices fill the space that belongs to those living the reality, we become part of the very erasure we claim to oppose. This is why at DAG, we do not negotiate on this. Palestinian voices are not a supplement to this movement, they are its oxygen. Without them, we risk mistaking the articulate outsider, the white speaker, the Jewish ally, the credentialed expert for the most believable source of truth, when the truth has always resided with the people living it. We miss the forest for the trees, and we build a movement on sand. So solidarity requires deference, not substitution, amplification, not appropriation. Space is held, not taken. So here's our call to action. Simple, non-negotiable, and long overdue. Do not attend any event or panel that claims to speak about Palestinians without Palestinians. However, the absence is explained. Safety concerns, logistics, audience accessibility, balance. Understand what it actually is. It is substitution. It is sanitization. It is the truth of the Palestinians that lives that's being more palatable, more digestible, and more comfortable for a Western audience that has been conditioned to consume suffering on its own terms rather than fundamentally challenged by it. Every time we accept that substitution, we participate in the very erasure we claim to oppose. Every time we sit in that room, we send a message that Palestinian voices are optional, that the story can be told without them living it. It cannot, and it must not. And today, because the microphone is not scarce and the job is to pass it, we pass it to someone who embodies everything we have just said, not through words alone, but through melody, through children's voices, from the rubble, through the radical insistence that beauty and dignity cannot be bombed out of existence. We're joined today, and I'm so proud to introduce Ahmed Muin Abu Amsha, founder and coordinator of Gaza Birds Singing, a musical ensemble created with displaced children and dedicated educators in Gaza in makeshift tents amid drones, bombs, rubble, and destruction. Children are learning to sing and play instruments together. Ahmed will share how he uses music to help his community remain strong, connected, and alive in the face of genocide. Their music is not an escape from reality. It is a form of survival. It is refusal to surrender beauty, dignity, and joy. So it is music against genocide. Ahmed, the floor and this entire space is yours. Ahlan wa sahlan.
You are welcome. Good evening, everyone. It's my honor to be with you. And first of all, I will thank you for what you do, what you support our people, healing our people. It's mean a lot, really, and in these circumstances, in these fear and destruction and a war, and you helping from far away. That's mean you care about us. And I'm gonna introduce myself, who I am, how I begin this work. So my name is Ahmed Abu Amsha. I am from Beit Hanun, the north of Gaza Strip. I'm a music teacher in the AISG, the International American Schools in Gaza, before the war, and a guitar teacher in Edward Said Conservatory. And right now I'm the coordinator of Edward Said Conservatory and the Gaza Birds Singing president right now. We have an association right now in Italy. Thanks for our friends there. I'm a composer and music therapist. And yeah, I will tell you the story from the beginning. I displaced 15 times at 3 o'clock in the morning in 7 October. They send us a message that leave immediately. We leave, only we have 5 minutes to leave. We leave directly. And after we move 5 minutes, half a kilo, they destroy all the block that we live there. And we go to Jabalia, then in the morning they strike the school where we was there. I saw a lot of bad things. I don't want to talk about it. So we go to Nasser, then Shifa, then Khan Yunis, then Rafah. In Rafah, the situation was a little bit quiet, and I was lived there in an area called Al Alam. It's on the seaside and on the beach of Rafah. There was a shelter for artists. I lived there with my family. And after 7 months running from death, finding a safe place for my family, staying there in Rafah, some of my colleagues told me, "Hey, Mr. Ahmed, can you play a guitar for us?" I just hold the guitar and try to play. All the kids gathering around me, singing, laughing, and suddenly I wake up. Hey, I have a lot of stress inside me. The music let me forget what I'm suffering. This feeling I feel, I want to share this feeling with all the kids around me. Okay? This is the idea. So after that, I told the manager of the campaign, we want to make a music activity here to heal the kids. And he told me, yeah, it's a great idea. So we began in Rafah and spread it in the camps around us. After 2 months, they told us, hey, evacuate Rafah. And you know what's the meaning of displacing? The words can't imagine what is the feeling really, because it's very hard to express. You feel like you are broken from inside. You have to carry everything with you, your things, your food, your kitchen, your bathroom, everything, your tent. So it's need a lot a lot of time to, to take all of these things together, and the transporting was very hard and very expensive. So I go to Khan Yunis, Al Mawasi. It was like a desert, nothing there. I just looked to this place. Oh my God, how can I live with my family here in the sand? It's only sand. It's a place like they plant there. Only there are no streets, nothing, only sand. We don't have choices. I built my tent, and when I built my tent, there was a neighbor. He put his tent and sit on his tent and sit like this and looking to the ground and stay still like this for 2 hours. I go to him, hey, my brother, can I help you? He shake his hand. He shake his head like this. No, he never speak any word. The sun began to set, and I go back to him. Hey, it's gonna be cold. Can I help you to build your tent? He told me, yes, you can help me. I'm asking him, what is your story? Why you are sad like this? He told me his story. After he told me his story, I go back to my tent. I cry a lot, really. And he have 8 children, and his wife. They are dead from a strike. I composed directly a song. He's an innocent man, nothing related to anyone. Just see a strike coming beside his house and all of his family dead. I told him, okay, after that, I compose a song. I call it I Have No Address. I just post this song. It's a viral song. And it's talk about this neighbor. You want to hear this song? Yeah? So sorry guys to bring my guitar. Oh, okay. Okay. This song. ما إلي عنوان نازح في المكان والمكان بعيد عن بيتي أكيد عندي جار جديد بس طيب أكيد بيحكي لي هالجار بعيونه إسرار عنده 8 ولاد بس غابوا الأحباب وبلشت الدموع والقلب موجوع يا عالم فلسطين يا حرة غزة الدوم مهما تطاول هالمجنون لابد رح يجي للظالم يوم أطفال تحت الرادم نايمين من قصفك احنا مش خايفين الشمس رح تطلع والعتمة حتزوم Free, free Palestine 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 ما إلي عنوان
Free
يا
Palestine.
عنوانك بقلبنا يا
أيوة.
أحمد، عنوان كل أهل غزة.
تسلم
Ahmed,
تسلم
can
I
you
know.
can you translate the lyrics for people so that they understand
Okay,
what you were singing?
okay. The lyrics told like I have no address. I'm displaced in this place, and this place is far away from my home. I have a new neighbor, but he's a good one. This neighbor told me, and he has tears in his eyes. He have 8 children, but they gone. And yeah, and the tears began and heartbroken, and it's talk about like that, and we still try to survive. Palestine free, and Gaza will still. And if this madness, people still killing us, I try to remember, the words in Arabic and translate it in English. Yeah, it's like that. But I told them I have no address, but I can survive, and Palestine will be free, and we can go back to our homes. Inshallah, I hope that.
Yes, we
Okay, after that, this is make me more strong, and I will continue my project with the kids. I just grab my guitar and go to the manager of the camps in Khan Yunis al Mawasi, and I told them, hey, I want to make activity for the kids. The manager told me, hey Ahmed, what kind of activity? I told them music. They told me, hey, and they laugh like this, hey Ahmed, we need food, we need water, we need tents. You can see what is going on. How you can music in these circumstances? I told them I will make it, and it will make different for the kids. They told me, yeah, we trusted you, we believe you, go on, and we are behind you. I just grabbed my guitar and going around the tent asking for kids that they want to learn music and to join us. I found a lot 150 kids. I gather them, and I have a place beside my tent and prepare this place for the activities, and we start composing song. There's a lot of stories. I don't want to go on in details. There's a lot of kids that they have trauma, and they stop talking and stop communicating with the others, and I began to teach them and try to make them to sing, to have a joy, to after 1 week, 2 weeks, I go to the market at the middle of the day and come back to my tent. I saw a lot of people, a lot of families front my tent and speaking with loud voice. I just wondering what's wrong. I come to them, I told them, hey, what's wrong? When they saw me, they hugged me directly and thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you for what you're doing. My kid right now is speaking. And all, maybe we have 3 kids are have trauma and they are good now. And that's make me more strong, believing that the music can do things in these circumstances. It's not easy right now to survive. Until now, the situation is very hard. About the ceasing fire, it's fake and propaganda. Until now, there's strike, there's killing people. So I believe right now the music can do more than imagination. After that, there was a ceasefire. I go back to Beit Hanun, to my place, and everything was destroyed. I just shocked when I enter Beit Hanun. Oh my God, I don't know where's my street, where's my home. It's only like, randomly, like the house is gathering together and there's no streets. And I composed a song right there when I saw my house, and I just know my house from the instruments that I have under the rubbles. Yeah. So we live in Beit Hanun only 1 month. I gather the kids. I'm succeed to make guys a community with the families, with the kids. Where I displace, they displace with me, and we make a community, music gathering us together. Okay. After leaving Beit Hanun, we was in the middle of Gaza City, area called the Rimal, and we was in starving. Really, guys, I believe that starving is something good. Really, for the people, like when there is no food. I think the problem is with the food, because the food has a lot of toxin. You know, in a Shifa hospital, when was the starving, the section of the cancer is empty. No one have cancer. I don't know why. I'm just asking. I'm always thinking out of the box. Why? And I was so, the hunger inside the eyes of the kids. Before the starting of the session, I try my best to let them forget what they suffer. Like 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I told them, hey, let's sing, let's play, You can feel the hunger is melted away, really. And they teach us in the school that the music is the food of the soul, but we can make it food of the body. And I can see that with all my eyes. And they forget what they suffer, and they forget the hunger. I live in the Rimal, in the middle of Gaza City, 6 months, and the starving is hitting us completely. I'm trying to find bread. There's no bread. I just buy 1 kilo of bread with $100. 1 kilo. And you know the lighter, when we had to make fire, we need a lighter. The lighter costs $50. It's not exist in the market. And they block everything. The money, when you got the money, when you have money and you got it cash, you have to pay 50% of that money to the black market to have a catch, to have it cash. So I think the war is not about killing, it's a war from every place. But you know, in these circumstances, the music was the surviving. Make us together, make the families together. When the kids are starving, I play guitar for them, for my kids, and they can sleep. Someday, one of these days of the starving, I told my kids, hey, I want to go to the market to find some bread for you. I just go with my wife, and in the street called Saraya. Saraya, it's like cross street like this, Saraya. It's very famous. And there was a lot of people have cans, have, you know, the cans of these
Ahmed,
was
Ahmed,
$10, $20, like this.
Ahmed, do you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, I'm
Okay,
hearing you.
yeah, Ahmed, because you are famous and because we have great speakers today, you and Dr. Mansour, and because of the high volume of people who registered, we went into a technical glitch.
Okay,
Uh, And because of that, we're trying to fix it.
okay.
We may need to end the webinar.
Nidal.
Nidal,
I
wait
Yeah.
think more people are able to join because we did something with the licensing just now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
Oh, the
Yeah,
number
it's
is
going
coming
up.
up now.
The
the numbers are
numbers
going
are
up. We're
going
just gonna
up. Yeah.
watch it.
yeah,
Let's
just
just
give
watch
me
for a second.
only 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay.
No,
I mean,
we
this is a
want
good
you to
problem.
continue, Ahmed, but we just wanted to fix the attendee problem.
Yeah.
Just one
This is a
second.
good problem to have, which is because we have too many people. You guys crashed the Zoom website, but it's okay. We'll
We
fix
broke
it.
the
That's a good
internet.
problem. That's a good problem to have. Go ahead, Ahmed. يلا تفضل. Continue.
Okay, I was thinking about the music is healing for myself and for the kids. I'm not using a music therapy, I use a music as therapy. I find a lot of things that the music can heal, changing the tuning, the real tuning that in the nature, you know, we have tune for the plants, for everyone, for everything in God create. We have a tune, and we have to get back to that tune, okay? And I make that tuning, and it was amazing, guys. Like I can heal myself with that tune. It's 40 for 432. This is the A note. This is the real tune, okay? Not 440. So the example about the drone song, we was have a session there, and I can't do nothing for the drones. You know, it was annoying. It was very high, very loud, and the kids told me, "Hey, Mister, we have to stop." I have to think right now what I can do. I can't stop this annoying and this noise. I told them, hey, nobody can stop us. Let's sing with it. And this is the stories coming how to turn something bad and something annoying to something beautiful. So we sing the drone song. This is shell, shell, al jammali shell. After a while, the kids are waiting for the drone to sing with it. And some kids told me, hey, I'm very sad. I told them, why? Because the drone is not coming tonight. I want to sing with it. So I turned this to something beautiful. They are waiting for the drum to sing with it. And I changed their thinking about there's a lot of a bad sound. They ignore it and they not afraid of it. You understand me? So this is the beginning of the healing in music. This is the beginning of my story, the drone song. I just posted this. I was thinking like to heal the kids. I was not thinking to be a viral song. It's very easy idea, you know, but everyone like it. And I'm gonna sing it to you. And after I sing it to you, I'm gonna give the mic to okay. It goes like this. شيل شيل عالجمال شيل يا حوضتك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالهيل ليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمي ويلو ويلو من الله لا اسهر على نجوم الليل انا ناريلو. Just do with me the E note. It's
Yes.
like the drone.
Yes.
I'm gonna put this on gallery so everybody can see everything.
شيل شيل عالجمال يشيل يا حوضتك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالهيل ليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمين ويلو ويلو من الله تسهر على نجوم الليل انا نايلو. شيل شيل عالجمال يشيل يا حوضتك بالله دم الشهيد معطر بالهيل ليل يا ليلو ويل ويل عالظالمين ويلو ويلو من الله نسهر على نجوم الليل انا
One more.
One more.
Again.
Do it again. Ahmed, do it again معنا. لا بس في واحدة ثانية، في واحدة ثانية. We still have more. We still have more. Yeah, we still have more. He has a lot more. Ahmed,
yeah
can you sing? Can you tell the story of the one that nobody cares after you went home at the middle of the night, tried to take care of your neighbors, and the kids were starving, and you came up with that song. ما حدا مهتم فينا أو إيش زي هيك.
yeah okay,
متذكرها؟
okay.
So we'll do this. Then بالأخير بدنا نحكي we will rebuild Gaza. But let's do
Okay.
this first. احكي لهم الستوري. What happened with this story لما everyone is starving.
I take my wife and go to the market, find something to eat. I only find 1 kilo of flour. It costs $100. I just take it and when I want to give money to the sailor, I just have something very heavy in my chest. I told my wife, "Hey, we have to go from here quickly. I don't know. I don't feel right." I just grab her hand and pull her strongly and go from that cross. And after 10 seconds, a strike coming in the middle of this street. My wife looked at me. She told me, "How did you know?" "Oh my God, the kid that we buy flour from, he's died." I saw a lot of dead bodies in them. I just go. I can't eat. I can't do nothing. I told my wife, "Hey, just prepare this bread for the kids." And I sit alone. Like I have a trauma. Really, I have trauma. I'm trying to understand what is it. It's not my time to die. Okay, I understand that, but why? It's innocent people. I was thinking it's innocent people. Like you can't imagine, guys. When you be in these circumstances, you think about the innocent people. What they did? Nothing. Just die like this. This is what hurting means from inside. I just going back to my tent. My wife is preparing the bread. The night is coming. She told me, "You want to eat?" I told her no. I can't. She gave the food for the kids. And after 3 hours, I feel very hungry. I told her, there's a food. She told me, no, the kids eat it. I just told her, okay, just go sleep. I can't sleep. I just hold the guitar, and until 3 o'clock in the morning, I composed this song and record it. It's called Who's Listening? We are innocent people, and they destroy everything, they kill, but we are innocent people. Why? This is this song talks about, okay? I'm gonna, it's a sad song. من سامع مين احنا المظلومين نصرخ بأعلى صوت بس الصدى سامعين دور حوالينا مين مد ايده لينا ودموعنا في عينينا من حاسس فينا مين سامع مين احنا المظلومين نصرخ بأعلى صوت بس الصدى سامعين دور حوالينا مين مد ايده لينا ودموعنا في عينينا مين حاسس فينا جوعنا نايمين كل البشر شاهدين قصف ودمرونا بس سيبونا عايشين دمروا الحارة ما ضل فينا بنغني بصوت مجروح اصحوا يا نايمين من سامع مين من سامع مين من سامع مين اصحوا يا نايمين.
اصحوا يا نايمين.
Yeah, that's mean.
Means wake up. Wake up,
Wake up.
sleepy people.
اصحوا يا نايمين.
Okay, thank you so much.
No,
This
we're
is
not
my
done
story,
with you,
guys.
Ahmed. استنى شوي. People want more of you. People want to hear more from you.
بدنا آخر واحدة. We want to rebuild.
We will rebuild Gaza.
We will rebuild.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's tell the story. We have time. We have time. So we have
We have 11
I don't
minutes.
want to take, guys.
10 minutes.
I think you have a lot of things to discuss. I'm taking a lot of your time, so
We're gonna have you
yeah.
come every week, Ahmed. But for now, we have 10 more minutes for you. يلا, go ahead.
Okay.
احكي لنا آخر
Tell them
قصة.
about
We
the
will
story
rebuild.
of that song.
Yeah, the story about this that we will rebuild Gaza. The story about this song when I was in Beit Hanun. I just find my neighbor. Either my neighbor. I don't know what's the story of my neighbors, and he's standing in front of the destruction, and he do like this with his hand. Oh wait, where is my house? Where? And he don't know. And when I saw him, I just hug him. How are you? How is your family? And we are searching together for our houses. I know his house because he's in front of my house, and I know the instruments are destroyed under the rebels. I can see the instruments. I have a studio, big studio, a sound studio, destroyed. So I climb up to the rebels of my house and look around. It's only destruction, and I begin to say words like, they destroy my house and they take off our trees and our land, and we gonna survive. We gonna rebuild. We gonna be strong. This is the song talks about. And You know, it's in Arabic lyrics. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. It's okay. Let me change the guitar. You know, there's a lot of guitars.
So Ahmed, this song, you are finalizing it and it will be released next week, yeah?
Yeah. Inshallah, in this week, I just make a video clip of that song. 5 days filming in the beach, in the destruction, in Ashifa Hospital. Yeah,
So
there I
DAG,
was there.
so we and supporters of DAG listeners here, we get the privilege to be the first ones to hear this full song even before it's released. We really appreciate this. We owe you. We
Yeah,
owe everyone
thank
in
you so
Gaza.
much. It's my honor,
الله يخليك يا
brother.
أحمد. يلا تفضل.
Okay. هدموا بيتي جرفوا أرضي ومش رحلي جوعوا شعبي قتلوا أملي بس صمدي هدموا بيتي جرفوا أرضي ومش رحلي جوعوا شعبي قتلوا أملي بس صمدي رغم الأسى رغم الدمار والتهجير والحصار لازم نرجع لك يا دار شعبي صامت ما بينهار راح نعمرها غزة الأحرار We will rebuild Gaza We will rebuild Gaza We will rebuild Gaza Sing with me together
يلا let's all together guys. We will rebuild Gaza.
Free Palestine Free Palestine Free Palestine Free Palestine Free Palestine Free Palestine
Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine.
Ahmad, we will
It's gonna
rebuild
be
Gaza.
free.
Come on, okay, let's do it one more time. All of us together now, please. Everyone open their
Wait, I
mic.
mean, can I put should I change view to everyone?
Yeah,
To show
turn
everyone?
the view to everyone, and we want to take a
Yeah.
screenshot of this. And Ahmad, be easy with us. يعني خلينا شو اسمه, we can be
نشاز كلنا نشاز
we cannot keep up with you. Teach us how we can all sing in sync.
One, two,
بنعرف نعطي
three,
قبر بس ما بنعرف
four.
كيف نرتب everyone to sing
Boom,
the
boom,
same
boom.
time.
Okay, it's
طب شيل
Mesa, the only one allowed to
Mesa.
sing is
Put
Mesa.
the screen for everyone instead of
No,
just one
I
person
know,
at a time.
I know Phil has a great voice.
Mesa, can you put the screen
Mary
so
Beth
everyone
is a
shows up?
singer. And Martha,
Mike?
come on.
Mesa, can you put the screen so everyone shows up at the same time,
Yes,
please?
everybody's showing. Guys,
No.
put on your camera face. Yalla.
Only showing one person at a time, not the usual.
Hey, John.
We will rebuild Gaza.
We will rebuild Gaza. We will rebuild Gaza.
We gotta rebuild it together.
Yeah.
We will rebuild Gaza. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Palestine,
Palestine,
free
Palestine,
Free
Palestine,
free Palestine,
Free
free Palestine.
Wow.
We got it.
For
Thank
people
you
who
so
want
much.
to follow Ahmed, it's Gaza Birds Singing on YouTube. And what's your Instagram, Ahmed?
Ahmed Abu Amsha. Yeah, Instagram.
Ahmed Abu Amsha. Maybe we can put the link. Please follow him. He has a lot of followers, but he's incredible, and the whole world should follow Ahmed Abu Amsha.
Thank you so much.
And to announce also, Ahmed is going to be part of the DAG team, and we have a lot of projects already planned with Ahmed, and it's going to be focused on the indigenous people using their indigenous music, their indigenous
Inshallah.
voice,
It's my
designing
honor.
what works for their people, not what is imposed on them. So the therapy, the rebuilding, the healing, the music, the art, the writing, the medicine of Gaza, it's gonna be all led by the people of Gaza, by the voices of Gaza, and we are all here to support them in what they choose to be the right way. We are not gonna impose on them any project. We're not going to impose on them any Western module of healing or therapy or structure or restructure. The people of Gaza are better, more qualified than anyone else to know and to tell and to inform us what works for them because they are the ones who lived all the pain, every second of it, for more than a century, every minute, every second. Even we, as doctors, when we go to Gaza on a mission for a week, then we go back home to the safety of our homes and our institutions and stuff like that. We are not staying there with them. Yes, it is good. We're trying to help. We get a glimpse of what they go through, but we are not living in tents. Our kids are not carried in bags, in pieces. Our shower is ready 24/7. Our houses are ready. Our cars are ready. Everything is different. So Gaza should be the center, like the same which applies to every people in conflict. The Sudanese people should advise us what is the best to do for Sudan. The Congolese people should tell us we should listen to them. We are there to support them, to amplify their voice, to support them, to stop what we are committing, what our countries and our societies are inflicting on them. That is our role. But at the end, we listen to Ahmed. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Ahmed. We're proud of you. We're proud of the people of Gaza. تفضل. يلا,
Music
your final
against
remarks.
genocide.
Music against genocide. Exactly.
Music against genocide.
Honestly,
Thank you
people
so
against
much.
genocide. You know, a lot of the comments are coming through, ya Ahmed, and everybody's saying you've healed them. Like your music is healing the people here. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's such an honor.
Absolutely.
And I'm
Thank you
so
so
glad
much.
that you responded to my message. I was like, I'm going to keep messaging Ahmed until he responds. And you did. And as always, the Gaza people are generous and full of humanity, and we appreciate you. We are
So
honored
much.
to walk beside you and to be part of your experience.
I have to thank you guys for what you're doing. Really great job for what you're doing for helping the others. It's the great thing in this world. Doctors trying to give life. And this is means a lot to all of us, that anyone who can help our people. And I so much respect, so much love to all of you. And it's my honor to be part of this healing, really. And yeah, I hope to see you soon, inshallah. I think it's getting dark here, but after I'm leaving, I'm gonna show the doctor the sunset in Gaza because he asked me about that. So I'm gonna leave right now.
You may need to turn the background. Turn off the background, Ahmed.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
None.
Go to video and turn. Okay, yes.
Yeah,
We
I'm
can see
gonna
the
show you
sunset of
that.
Gaza.
The sunset of Gaza. Yeah, that's right. It's beautiful.
Let me see it.
Okay, I have turned the camera.
Wow.
Oh my God. Wow.
Wow. Breathtaking. Wow,
This,
Ahmed, thank you.
I
I'm
can't
gonna
go to the
mute you all
beach.
so that we can only see Ahmed's screen.
Yeah,
معلش.
yeah, yeah. You can see right now.
Wow.
It's a beautiful place, guys, really. But it needs safety. It needs safety, inshallah. Love you so much.
Ahmed,
Inshallah
And I
together.
hope to see you soon.
Ahmed,
Yeah,
before you go, so you're gonna be with us inshallah every week or every other, whenever you can. But we need to have a promise
inshallah.
before you leave, and promise from
Inshallah.
you and from all of us. The promise is we are gonna all see the sunrise of Gaza, the sunrise of Gaza when Gaza prevails and when Gaza comes back victorious, despite Israel, despite the United States, despite all the genocidal systems and regimes in the world. We promise you, Ahmed,
Thank you
we
so
will
much. I
all
hope that. I hope that. I
enjoy the
hope that. Thank
sunrise
you
of
so
Gaza.
much. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Love you so much.
اوكي
And I hope
احمد
to see
يعطيك
you soon.
العافيه. يلا
Hope to see you
سلام.
soon, guys.
سلام
Bye
سلام
bye.
مع السلامه. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you. Wow.
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 How do we go
We need
down
to take
from
a,
this
we
high?
need to take we need to take a breather now. Maisa, still the camera shows only one person at a time for me, the video. How did we usually do it? To show
Sorry,
everyone.
what do you mean? No, it's fine. Like the speaker, it's centered on the speaker.
Nidal, it doesn't show for you. It shows for the YouTube people, so don't worry about it.
Okay. No, but it was always good to see everyone on the same screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You need a breather for a minute?
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, how many people? So we need to also apologize for everyone about the technical problem, and I think this is a good problem to have. That DAG and DAG supporters and the people of good conscience in the world even broke the Zoom system, the system, another system of genocide, because of the high number of attendees of registrants. Although we increased the number to 1,000, but even that was not enough, I think, or because many people going in at the same time, it kind of crashed it. But I think we were talking to them, Maisa and Karama, while we were speaking. We fixed it, so at least we have 341. Hopefully, more people will join. So we're going to go to our much anticipated, the uncancelled, doctor, the uncancelled lecture, the doctor that we are proud of, the true meaning of doctor and medicine, because medicine should always say the truth. Medicine should not lie just to please politics. Dr. Mansour Malik, who rightfully received the Chester Pierce Award for Human Rights in Medicine, because his lecture on this topic is about the truth of medicine and the truth of being on the side of the victims and relaying their real circumstances and their real health determinants that they're living through. Although he was awarded this award, and although he was scheduled to speak, and although his lecture will be a great addition to the American Psychiatrist Association meeting, unfortunately, they admitted that they don't deserve that honor to have his lecture presented there. And because of this lecture, which would have been a good addition to their meeting, because of this, we're going to amplify his voice. It could have been just another lecture that not too many people heard about. And our promise is to make them pay the price. And the best way to make them pay the price is to make sure that hundredfolds of people are going to attend this lecture all over the world, starting today at our webinar. And going forward, we're going to invite Dr. Mansour to present his full lecture in person in Washington, D.C. on June 10th. So everyone is welcome to join us there. The place is to be determined, but it's going to be on June 10th and on June 11th.
11, Walter. Nidal,
No.
June 11.
The lecture is on June 10th, but we also have a DAG Hill Day on June 11th. So we are welcome to join us in DC in person on the 10th to attend this lecture from Dr. Mansour in person, on the 11th for our DAG Advocacy Day. Again, the date, the times are and the place are going to be determined later, but we are honored to have Dr. Mansour here with us. And Karama, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you. I thank you for clarifying. So the lecture is on the 10th and the Hill Day on the 11th. And yeah, I think Dr. Boor covered it all. And I met Dr. Mansour for the first time last time when we were on the Hill. And I'm very grateful for his solidarity, for his professionalism, for his expertise, and he's definitely a doctor against genocide in full. So everyone's looking forward to hearing you, Dr. Mansour. So please go ahead.
So just some logistical issues. Dr. Mansour is going to present his lecture in about 40 to 45 minutes. Then after that, we're going to have about 15 to 20 minutes of discussion and questions and answers. And also, we are going to launch a petition at the end of this talk. The petition is going to the American Psychiatric Association demanding an explanation, accountability, apology, and we can share all the details of the petition at the end once we are done hearing Dr. Mansour Malik presentation. We are proud to have Dr. Mansour here with us, and we are proud that he actually joined us on the last Hill Advocacy Day on May 14th, and he was amazing then, and he's amazing now. Thank you, Dr. Mansour. All yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. Jabour and Dr. Karama. Very happy to be here. Assalamu alaikum, shalom, namaste, greetings to everyone who is in the audience. I'm really honored to be here with DAG. And I want to acknowledge that DAG is not only working against the genocide in Gaza, but against all the genocides. And we have heard testimony here in person from Congo, from Sudan, from Myanmar, how DAG is funding small grants to have health impact in all of those places. So I'm really proud of DAG. And I really want to acknowledge the previous speaker, Mr. Ahmed. The way he is uplifting the spirits of children in Gaza is really remarkable. It reminds me of the movie Life is Beautiful by Roberto Benigni, in which there is a Jewish bookseller who is caught in the Holocaust concentration camp, and he sings and performs to keep the children's spirits up. So this is a wonderful work, and the children are our future. And as we know, 50% of the population in Gaza are children who have been living without any education, health, really very basic amount of food, without any shelter, without any electricity for the last 2.5 years. And what kind of mental health issues are these poor children going through? Tens of thousands of them have been already killed by bombing. Hundreds of thousands of them are at risk of dying from starvation, hunger, disease, even rat bites. Can you imagine a child dying of a rat bite, snake bites, insects, unhygienic conditions? What's happening in Gaza is just at a different catastrophic level than we've seen anything else in the world. And yet the people in Gaza are so genteel, so cheerful, so humane, and so beautiful that I cannot help but wonder about their resistance and their smooth. So this is what I wanted to talk about at the APA. But unfortunately, some outside groups got the wind of the lecture and they opposed the word genocide in the lecture, and they mounted a pressure campaign. And the APA, which I know APA had to make a difficult decision under the circumstances, but nonetheless, they canceled or postponed the lecture. I'm still hoping that the lecture will be scheduled at some future date so we can have a humane discussion within the APA, and we can discuss the situation in Gaza from a medical ethics point of view and related to the other issues in the world, injustice, political interference and things like that. Academic freedom is a significant issue. So this lecture was awarded in the honor of Dr. Chester Pierce, who was a groundbreaking African-American psychiatrist, and he popularized the use of term microaggressions. The microaggressions are the daily humiliations and insults and dehumanization that people of color, of minorities have always been subjected to. And under certain conditions, these daily and benign and mundane dehumanization can then translate and coalesce into bigger forms of discrimination, exclusion, and mass violence. In American context, we know it led to lynching, mass killings of African Americans, and what's happening in Gaza is no different. This constant dehumanization of the people of Gaza and Palestinians have now resulted in this phenomenon, which we are all been discussing here, which is a genocide. I'm also grateful to my mentor, Dr. Elliot Sorrell, who was a Jew from Romania, and we led a campaign to rename the American Psychiatric Association's Humanitarian Award in the honor of Dr. Chester Pierce, and we raised funds for that effort, and the American Psychiatric Foundation then helped us rename that award. I'm grateful to my colleagues, Dr. Chandra, Cho, Dunlap, Ron Bailey, and Dr. Wills, who is the CEO of the APA, for their support. And I know that they did not take that decision lightly. But the issue is the outside interference, these undemocratic forces who have been able to interfere at every level of our society. And that's unacceptable, and we should fight against it. I also want to say that a lot of my colleagues, including Jewish colleagues, were very supportive of my efforts, and many of them are here. I want to acknowledge particularly Dr. Steve Sharfstein, who is the previous president of the American Psychiatric Association, and I believe he is here in the audience. And the Jewish psychiatrists, the Jewish people, the Jewish community, they support inclusive vision of justice for Palestinian people. I have no doubt about that. So the main point that I want to make in this lecture is that advocacy for human rights is the basis of medical ethics. This is our medical identity. And the Holocaust and international humanitarian law are the foundation of this medical ethics. What happened in Holocaust is still with us and gives us a lens to view contemporary issues. And it's very important to realize that anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and other hate ideologies are overlapping and they are correlated with each other. So if we want to prevent hate against any group, we have to prevent hate against all the groups. And this is really important point. Justifying or minimizing Palestinian suffering for political reasons is a form of Islamophobia. And moral exception for one group, for Palestinians or Jews or any other group, makes everybody vulnerable. So I'll cover these topics in 4 sections, each with the lens of a particular book that I found very helpful in understanding these conflicts. And I will introduce these books as I go along, but I want to point out that all of these books are by Jewish authors, and one of them is actually an Israeli-born Jew. So my own understanding of this issue has been heavily influenced both by Palestinian and Jewish voices who have seen this conflict on the ground. I want to point out that these are my own thoughts. I'm not representing any organization, and I unequivocally reject anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, or any other form of hate ideology. The reference to genocide in this presentation reflects ongoing international legal debate and allegations and proceedings before the international tribunals. And it has to be said that the official genocide verdict has not been given by the International Court of Justice. But whether or not you want to call it a genocide, it's very clear that people are being killed every day. And even after this so-called ceasefire in October 2025, 10 to 15 people, including children, are killed every day. 90% of the population internally displaced. They live in flimsy tents. There's a complete blockade of everything, including life-saving medications. Just one example is surfactant. Surfactant is a medicine that's only used to save newborn babies from respiratory distress. And surfactant is banned from coming into Gaza. The surgical supplies, anything like external fixators, any of medical supplies are completely banned. Tents are banned. Food obviously is very, very scarce. We heard from Mr. Ahmed that 1 kilo of flour is almost $100. So a bag of flour that costs about $30 or $40 here in the US costs between $300 and $1,000 in Gaza. You wonder how the people in Gaza are still managed to be alive. Gaza is a graveyard for children. Gaza has the largest cohort of amputees in the world. More than 10,000 children who have been amputated are in Gaza without any rehabilitation. And it's important to note that almost all of these amputations were done without anesthesia. Can we consider one of our own children going through an amputation, getting their limbs chopped off without any anesthesia? How cruel can this be? Whether or not, as I said, you want to call this scenario a genocide is also informed by the International Court of Justice and their decisions. International Court of Justice, ICJ, has made 3 groundbreaking decisions on Gaza within the last 2 years. One of them was in January 6th, when they found credible evidence to advance the case by South Africa alleging genocidal acts in Gaza, and the court ordered Israel, the occupying force, to take steps to prevent any acts of genocide. In May 2024, the court again issued an order requiring the occupying force, which is Israel, for the preservation of evidence. And in July 2024, in a landmark decision, the court found that the occupation of Palestinian territories is unlawful, and it held the occupying forces responsible for human rights violation and apartheid. There is obviously an ongoing international criminal court investigation against both Hamas and officials of the occupying country, which is Israel. So whether or not you consider this a genocide, suspicion of a genocide is enough to trigger the 1948 Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the crime of genocide. Genocide is the highest crime that can be done anywhere. And the threshold for meeting those obligations under this Genocide Convention is suspicion of the acts. It's not till the genocide is completed. That would be meaningless to invoke the Genocide Convention when the genocide is already underway and or almost completed. All the countries, 150 countries, which is majority of the world, have signed, are signatories to this convention, including Israel, including US, including Palestine. And all of these countries have a responsibility to take steps to prevent and punish this plausible ongoing genocide. It's also important to note that ICJ has only declared one incident in its 80-year history as genocide, and that was the 1995 massacre in Srebrenica in Bosnia. And this was declared a genocide in 2007, 12 years after the actual genocidal act. None of the other genocides, such as Sudan, Congo, Myanmar, Rwanda, have been declared as genocides by the International Court of Justice. International Court of Justice has not even declared Holocaust as a genocide, even though the International Court of Justice was found right after the Holocaust in 1945. So to claim that we have to wait until the court declares it a genocide before demanding any preventative actions, such as arms embargo or diplomatic boycott, or indeed asking these medical organizations to take a firm ethical stand on this, is completely unreasonable. It's like telling somebody that we cannot treat you for dementia because the diagnosis can only be made after death by brain biopsy. It's completely against the medical principles. So why should psychiatrists or physicians care about genocide or mass violence? People often say we practice medicine with individual patients and we do not have anything to do with mass atrocities, or these are political issues. So the answer is very simple. One cannot practice medicine without medical ethics. And international humanitarian law, Geneva Conventions, Hague Conventions, and Genocide Convention are directly relevant to medical ethics. Medical ethics is based on these principles. So one cannot claim to be a physician and not then advocate for human rights for all people. It's actually codified in the AMA medical ethics very clearly. And the situation in Gaza is also a huge source for moral injury for healthcare workers and general population alike. And the helplessness that we feel because of this situation and complicity of our governments and medical organizations and society at large, unfortunately, produces a lot of unresolved feelings that need to be addressed. And that's in a sphere of a professional space like the American Psychiatric Association. And also psychiatrists and psychologists actually, they pride themselves on the understanding of human nature and prevention of aggression. Psychiatrists spend most of their professional life thinking about those issues, and a large part of our professional life is devoted to prevention of aggression, either intrapsychic or interpsychic aggression. So to say that these things have nothing to do with psychiatry is really negating the whole concept of psychiatry. My own interest in psychiatry began with my thinking about the Holocaust. I grew up watching Schindler's List and reading Anne Frank's diary and Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. As a young man, I had a chance to go to Prague, and where I saw the old Jewish quarters. And there is a concentration site close to Prague called Terezin. So I went there and I saw some of the most horrifying things that I've seen in my life until I've seen Gaza. And one thing that I can never forget is a picture of a Jewish girl who was waiting for a death train. Nazis call this a selection, it's a euphemism for killing. And she was waiting for this selection. She had a book in her hand and her eyes were bright and full of hope, as if they were saying that the world will never let me die. And now when I look at the children in Gaza, they have the same innocence, they have the same hope in humanity, they have the same brightness in their eyes. And I wonder, have we forgotten the lessons of the children, the Jewish children that died in the Holocaust? Will the humanity fail children again? So as I said, I will try and discuss these issues in the lens of 4 books that I've read over the last few years. And the first one of them is The Nazi Doctor. This is by an author, Lifton, Robert J. Lifton, who was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts. He just died last year at the age of 100, and his last interview, which was reported on the NPR, he reported Gaza as a genocide-provoking situation. So his work was basically on Nazi genocide, and he also worked on other conflicts such as Vietnam. And as part of this book, he interviewed 12 or so Nazi doctors, including Joseph Mengele, who was called the angel of death, who carried out horrendous medical experiments on Jewish Holocaust prisoners. And he develops a kind of theory or understanding of the genocidal mechanisms, which I feel is very relevant to the situation today. But just going back a little bit, I think we cannot discuss a genocide without mentioning Holocaust. Holocaust is the prototypical genocide in the modern times. And the scale and destruction and cruelty of the Holocaust is just unimaginable. And the point about Holocaust is that we remember it so that we can prevent other atrocities from happening. Because as George Santayana, the Spanish philosopher, said, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. So just looking at some of the numbers, a total of 11 million people were killed in the Holocaust. 6 million of them were Jews, and 5 million were non-Jews, including people with disabilities, with mental health issues. About 1 to 1.5 million of these victims were children, and this is about maybe 10 to 15% of the total population. Now, horrendous as this statistic is, you consider Gaza, where 50% of the casualties, 50% of the victims are actually children. And Holocaust had a huge impact on medicine and psychiatry. The whole field of trauma studies developed out of Holocaust. A lot of psychotherapeutic modalities developed out of Holocaust. Medical ethics itself, they developed from the experience of the Holocaust, and humanistic and psychological approaches to understanding conflicts and large group dynamics also arose out of the Holocaust. And this gave rise to a huge psychiatric literature. I'm just going to name a few names. Apart from Robert J. Lifton's Nazi doctors, there is another psychiatrist who has done a lot of work in that, and that is Wimig Walken, and he applied the psychodynamic principles on large group dynamics. There was a lot of work on from the cognitive aspects of psychology to understand this large group violence. Authors like Erwin Staub or Henry Tajfel, they applied cognitive principles. That is how we categorize things, us versus them, which leads to extreme aggression. There was a lot of behavioral kind of experimentation with, for example, Stanley Miller's experiments, Zumbargo's experiments, and the Muzaffar Sharif's Robert Cave experiments, which all showed that any group can, under right conditions, be involved in extreme atrocities. But I wanted to come back to Robert J. Lifton's perspective. So as I said, he tried to develop kind of a theory or psychological understanding of the underlying mechanism of genocide in his book, The Nazi Doctors. And in the last few chapters of this book, he compared two genocides. One was Holocaust, and the other one was the Armenian genocide of 1914 to 1915. And he understood genocide as a treatment for a societal disease that's perceived as pervasive and all-inclusive. So genocide, according to him, is a form of human sacrifice, which is a purification from an underlying religious, social, ethnic, or something else that's considered a disease, entity that needs to be gotten rid of. And he gives specific examples from various genocides. For example, the Nazis used the medical fundamentalism, the medical model. They considered Jews as bacilli, as bacteria, as disease, and they wanted to get rid of them. And even long before the Holocaust, this dehumanistic rhetoric against Jews were very common. For example, in 1886, the French scholar Paul Descartes, who was a very well-known Orientalist scholar at that time, said that we do not negotiate with bacilli and trichinae. We just exterminate them as soon as possible. And you see the same kind of echoes now. We cannot negotiate with terrorists. We have to kill them. And just as the Jewish identity from a few people who were considered against the state was then translated to all the Jews, the Palestinian identity of some people who have committed crimes, for example, Hamas has been translated to all the Palestinian people, and all of them have been declared enemy and worth killing. The genociders, the people who perpetrate genocides, always blame the victims. They do it because they want to preserve their society. They want to do it because they want to preserve the humankind. Hitler famously said, "Those who love mankind should destroy Jews." And as I said, this is a version of total victory. It's a total sickness that's afflicting every member, every part of the society, and the only way is to get a total victory. And this sense of complete, us versus them is very important to consider in the genocide. And the genocide needs intent, both intent and means. Genocide is usually conducted by a larger group on a smaller or weaker group. The weaker group has never committed genocide of a larger group. So to say, for example, that Hamas committed genocide on October 7th and then ignore the 2.5 years of atrocities against Palestinians and claiming that this cannot constitute genocide is against the very scholarship of Holocaust and genocide studies. And Lifton also says that at some point, the genocide works as a therapy, as a treatment for societal gains, societal ills, and societal issues. And paradoxically, atrocities and genocide bring the society together. They form a more coherent form of society, and the society tries to find meaning in this killing. For example, in Nazis' case, the Nazis invoked the Teutonic lords and this Aryan race perspective. The Turks also did that during their genocide. They invoked this pan-Turkic identity, this glorious past. And also we see now in Israel these echoes of Amalek and this perspective of Joshua conquering the land and this heroic, glorious satisfaction from killing. Unfortunately, that happens in every genocide. And then the genocide itself kind of transcends the society into something higher in terms of that they see this killing as a means to something new, something more promising, beginning of a new start. And the killing is actually seen as a solution to the humiliation that the group has actually or perceivably experienced. And the genocide cannot be done without a large group of people supporting that. There are the killing professionals, the soldiers who do the actual killing, but then there are the professional killers. These are the politicians who actually arrange the genocidal conditions. And then there's the killing bureaucracy, all these people who send weapons, all these organizations who find justification, moral justifications for killing. And genocide cannot be done without their complicity. And that's where we see the Western medical organizations, Western humanistic organizations, and all these organizations being complicit in genocide and working as a killing bureaucracy rather than trying to take steps to prevent this. The medical fundamentalism is very important to understand in the genocide psychology. It's blaming the victim based on a disease model. It's a cancer. It's an infection that has to be cured. So killing is seen as something that is necessary, and it's something that the physicians do. They actually perform a surgery. So you hear these surgical operations, which kill a large number of people, but this is the euphemism and kind of language that they use to cover up these crimes. The genocide has a specific course. At some point, the society, if not all of the society, a significant number of society, then or members of the society, they agree that killing is the answer, and this is the genocidal threshold. In Nazi Germany, for example, Nazis came to power in 1993, but they did not start the final solution, that is killing of the Jews, till 1942. So there was a 9-year gap between that in which this process unfolded. So sometimes you hear Gaza is not a genocide because if they wanted to commit a genocide, they'd just throw a nuclear bomb and kill everybody. That's not true historically. That genocide is always a process that develops and gradually unfolds. And this gives rise to a groupthink in which most of the people in the society and their supporters, they all agree that killing is the answer, and they would give different kind of rationales, ethical, moral, religious rationales for that, and they all would be mistaken in their assumptions because killing is certainly not the answer, never been an answer, and never will be an answer. Because genocide usually actually leads to societal collapse. It does not lead to success of a society. It leads to divisions within the society that's perpetrating it. And eventually the society that's carrying out the genocide collapses and usually disappears from history, as in the case for Ottoman Turks or the case for Nazi Germany. And if done right, the post-genocidal examination can lead to an embodied self and in a self that actually incorporates the humanity and the values and the principles. And this could be something that can be seen as positive, horrible as it is. The genocide is, for example, all the ethical principles and humanitarian law came out of the Holocaust. And similarly, we hope that once the genocide in Gaza is over and Gaza is rebuilt, this will lead to a better future and peace and forgiveness and reconciliation between all groups. The dehumanization plays a central part in genocide, and you see this in the language. The victims are always described as something less than human animals, as the Israeli president said, but they're described as vermin, cockroaches, terrorists. So it's important to dehumanize them as much as possible so that there is no empathy for them and the killing can be carried out without much public pressure. The dehumanization can also be legal and social. So the examples of legal dehumanization are the Nuremberg laws, for example, that stripped Jews of their citizenship. In Rwanda genocide, they used identity cards that were carried by ethnic groups. Rohingya genocide, same thing. We see that the citizenship was canceled for Rohingya. In Palestinian territories, just recently, there was a bill passed in the Knesset, which prescribes death penalty only for the Palestinians, and this is reminiscent of the Nuremberg laws. And another form of dehumanization is the academic dehumanization, academic and epistemic exclusion of the victim groups, and trying to erase them, erase their history, their memory, their lived culture, and making them a non-entity. And this is also a part of the whole genocidal process. I wanted to say that language is the way we understand the world. The German philosopher Wittgenstein, he had this famous quote, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." So the way we use language is very important. That's why it's important to name the genocide as genocide. We should not say Palestinians died, Palestinians were murdered. So this language bias actually plays a huge role in reframing of the atrocities. So how do then professionals, doctors, for example, or other people, they rationalize this behavior. In psychiatric language, we understand something called splitting. That is, the self kind of splits into two parts which lose connection with each other. In the genocide or mass atrocities, this happens, but a more important process is doubling. This is that we actually create another identity. Along with our moral identity, we create a killing identity, and we then shift all the blame to this other self, and then we can maintain both those selves at the same time. Consider, for example, this healing or healing killer paradox, that we are healers, but we then support killing without any conscientious objections on our part. Or consider this omnipotence impotence paradox, that we consider that a state is very powerful, has nuclear weapons, but it's afraid of children throwing stones at tanks, and it's justified, it's legitimate to kill those children to protect that state, which is at the same time omnipotent. It has nuclear weapons, it has all the weapons in the world, and at the same time extremely vulnerable, impotent. So all these paradoxes can be held because we engage in this kind of doubling of ourself. And this is a way to reduce the cognitive dissonance that we feel between our moral identity as physicians, as human beings, and the pressures that are put on us, and the complicity that's required and demanded from us. I will briefly mention Vivek Volkan, whose work is really important in understanding large group dynamics. So he states that large groups come together because of a shared history. So they have these past glories that they all identify with, and then there is a trauma that binds the groups together. For example, Nakba in the case of Palestinians, or Holocaust in the case of Jews. And there are leaders who actually exploit these dynamics, who are opportunistic and sadistic, who then trigger these identities in the group in a way that the group then fully identifies with these previous historical realities, and then finds themselves in a situation in which they feel that they are being threatened just like they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. And there is a concept of time collapse. The time collapses between now and in the past, and the group takes on the same identity and same actions that they would have done when they were threatened in the past. A good example of that is the Holocaust. The Jews were threatened, extremely threatened at one point, but they're no longer threatened. I mean, there is no longer that kind of a threat. There is obviously anti-Semitism, and we all should work to prevent that from happening. But the opportunistic leaders, they would bring the Holocaust again and again to bring this feeling of utter hopelessness, and this feeling that either you do something about it or you will all be destroyed. So that's kind of a dynamic that we have seen in other Holocausts, other kind of genocides as well. And it's a pretty contemporary phenomenon, and a lot of leaders, for example, Putin, for example, Viktor Orban, for example, the leaders in Turkey, they're all using this previous historical identity to ratchet up their support and advocate for positions that are not consistent with the international humanitarian law. And this then produces a normalization and numbing in the larger group, which gives rise to the genocidal rhetoric, normalization of atrocities, and conformity and widespread harm. So that widespread harm then brings us to this situation in the Palestine. And I wanted to bring this book to attention, which is by Ilan Pappé, who is a Israeli-born Jewish historian who worked on the early part of Palestine's history and the creation of the State of Israel. And his work is directly based on the archives of the IDF and organizations before IDF, such as Irgun or Lehigh or Stern Gang, who were at that time terrorist organizations, but they later formed the foundation of the IDF. And everything in his book is very well documented. And there are other people like him. They are called the new historians of Israel Palestine, and the other examples of Avi Shalom and Benny Morris, for example. So if you want to understand this conflict, I think we have to go back and look at the original sources. And these books are excellent source of original materials. And what they say basically is that all this story that we hear about Palestine and Israel is actually not borne by the historical facts. For example, this story that the Palestinians just left their homes voluntarily, or they were asked to leave by the invading Arab armies, is actually not true. Israel was founded on May 14, 1948. By that time, two-thirds of Palestinians had already been expelled from the Palestinian homeland. And people in Gaza, 90% of them are the descendants of those refugees. Now, another common point is that the Arabs attacked the Israel soon after it came into being. But what we don't know is that all these refugees that were being expelled from Palestine went to the neighboring Arab countries, and the Arab then countries had to do something about it. And that's why they launched a very limited attack. They never crossed the 1948 borders of Israel at that time. So it's historically it's incorrect to say that they invaded Israel. And by the time all was done, I guess the new state of Israel had already occupied the Palestinian state. Another claim is that Palestinians never accepted the Jewish state, therefore it's justified to occupy them. But there was never any referendum, there wasn't any plebiscite. Nobody asked the Palestinians whether or not they accept the state of Palestine or not. And even today, Palestinians want to live in peace. Hamas, in its 2007 charter, accepted the two-state solution. But the Likud party, which is the governing party in Israel right now, has rejected that. It's in their constitution. And we also make a big fuss about this phrase, river, between the river and the sea. That between the river and the sea was actually adopted by Likud party in 1977. This was 10 years before Hamas ever came into existence. Hamas was only formed in 1988. So we have to really look at the history to understand which version is true. We have been fed a lot of propaganda around this issue, and we need to clear our minds by reading the original sources. There is no doubt that there were crimes that were committed by Hamas on October 7, 2023. These were the crimes against civilians, kidnapping, raping, killing of civilians, targeting of medical healthcare workers, etc. These are all crimes and they cannot be justified. However, all the perpetrators of these crimes, the Hamas members, have either been killed, they've been punished. So to then target the remainder population in Gaza is completely unjustified. By the same token, the perpetrators of similar crimes in Israel have not been punished, and they're still wanted by the, for example, International Criminal Court, and no action has been taken against them whatsoever. So this does not justify Hamas crimes, but at the same time, it does not justify the impunity and shielding of the crimes of the other side. This must be addressed the same way the Hamas crimes were addressed. The other side must also be sanctioned and held to account. Civilian suffering in Israel obviously continues. This is a transgenerational kind of trauma that translates from generation to generation. There is obviously continuing suffering, but there is also continuing suffering in Gaza, which is at a much larger scale than the suffering in Israel. And we highlight the suffering in Israel, but we never talk about the suffering in Palestine, the suffering of Palestinian children. That also needs to be addressed. And people tell us to have a balanced view of things. Yes, have a balanced view. Let's discuss the Gaza atrocities. Let's discuss the turmoil and the suffering of the Gaza civilians as much as we do the Israeli civilians and the Israeli side. The devastation in Gaza is almost uncomprehendable. There have been almost 100,000 deaths. The actual number could be 4 or 5 times larger than this. As I said, there is complete siege. There's nothing that could sustain life that comes into Gaza, and it's a miracle that the people of Gaza are still alive. Just one example, Gaza is a coastal strip and has always relied on fishing. Now, the occupying forces destroyed all the fishing boats, and if somebody from Gaza tries to fish, they are shot at. The occupying forces have even blocked the access to sea. What does that show? What intent does this show? One can decide. And the children of Gaza are the main victims. This is a picture from a 10-year-old child from Gaza who has not been to school for 2.5 years. And she says that school is now a place where people go to die. We all know the story of Hind Rajab, who was killed along with her family. I was going to play a clip of her story, but because of time, I could leave it. But it's important to realize that there is forensic evidence that has been reported by the doctors who have volunteered in Gaza of children being intentionally killed by being shot in their head, neck, and chest, or even shot at for target practicing. And these are well described, well documented reports in mainstream media, New York Times, Guardian, for example. And I will play this little clip from Dr. Mark.
One father whose photograph I look at every night explained to me how his kid was ripped out of his hand. And he went looking for him on the ground and couldn't find him. 10 meters away, he found his kid and looked at him, and while he got shot the second time. But his father thought that was the first time. When he came to us, he had no organs when I rolled him over. He had no organs. Classic high-velocity bullet wound is a small entrance hole the size of the bullet, and the exit wound is capacious. An American football was the size of the hole in the kid's back. Everything between his shoulder blades and every organ in his chest was missing, including his spine. When I rolled him over, my hand fell into his chest, feeling his rib cage. And then when I rolled him back, the dressing fell off his head, and I saw his brains coming out of the other side. This kid was 6 years old.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'll try and wind it down a little bit. So just going back to the Genocide Convention, there are 5 criteria for the genocide. If we look at these criteria and apply them to the Gaza situation, they all meet the common sense test. For example, the large-scale transfer of population does not have to be outside of the territory. It can be inside or outside of the territory. And the Gaza population has been moved multiple times, tens of times, from one place that was being bombed to the other place that was also being bombed. The criteria for children, forcible transfer of children, is also met because not only of the complete elimination of any reproductive health, but also because of the large-scale incarceration of Palestinian children in Israeli jails, which has been well documented. So I think from a scholarly, or I guess a perspective, all these criteria have been met. And we're only waiting for a legal determination, which will be forthcoming at some point. Almost all of the human rights organizations have accepted Gaza as a genocide, and including the organizations within Israel, for example, B'Tselem, Human Rights, Physicians for Human Rights, and most importantly, genocide scholars, Convention of Genocide, Association of Genocide Scholars have not unanimously, but with the overwhelming majority accepted Gaza as a genocide. We'll just mention this report from Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, that describes the experience of the soldiers who have been volunteering in Gaza, and they have God-like powers. They have powers of life and death beyond imagination. And this is just a short snippet of a soldier who is describing this to this professor Elizor Yoel, who is a psychologist in I think Hebrew University in Israel. And this uh, soldiers is telling him about this commander who goes out to do a morning round in Gaza, and they see a 4-year-old child who was just playing in the sand. And the commander goes over, he runs over and grabs the boy, he breaks his arms and his rib cage, then steps on him multiple times on his stomach, and then leaves him there and goes away. And this other soldier is horrified. He said, "Why are you doing this?" And he said, "All the children in Gaza have to be killed from the day they were born. If the commander does it, it becomes legit." So this is the kind of atrocities that are being carried out. So I would say the root cause of all this is uh, not respecting Palestinian right of self-determination and return. This right has been invoked in the creation of Israel. Israel exists because we claim the Jewish right of return to the land of Israel, whether or not it's historically accurate or not, but we accept it. The majority of the world accepts it. But this right is not given to the Palestinians. The state of Israel has also used this right in many other situations. For example, Spanish citizenship right. The Jews, the Sephardic Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492 have a right to claim citizenship. Moroccan Jews were recently given rights and property back from the Moroccan government. Why are the Palestinians not allowed to exercise the same right of self-determination and right of return, which is enshrined to them in the UN resolutions, multiple UN resolutions, but most prominently in US UN resolution 19 of 1948, 194. So they have unequivocal right of going back to their homes in Israel and reclaiming their property. They're entitled to, monetary compensation. They're entitled to all kinds of things that they have been deprived of. And so that's the root cause of the problem, I think. I will just say briefly that Gaza's healthcare system has completely collapsed, and devastation is so widespread that we cannot describe it by a normal term. So a term has been invented which is called healthocide, which is creation of conditions that prevent life to exist. And the main part of that is complete elimination of any healthcare or any healthcare related facilities, treatment modalities, any access to life-saving medications, anything related to health is completely gone. And why is this not being reported more widely in the West? Because apart from killing the civilian population, the journalists have also been targeted. Gaza has been the deadliest place for journalists since World War I, and the more journalists have been killed than all the two Great World War combined with Vietnam War. So the bearing witness responsibility bears on the physicians and healthcare workers who are working in Gaza and are able to go in and see the atrocities firsthand. Now, it's almost an hour. Should I continue? I have two more parts of this talk, or should I stop now?
I think we can take a moment because we're just actually on the other chat with doctors from Gaza. There's been some casualties to some of the doctors, so we want to give them a chance to speak. And I think we have a few of our colleagues with kind of reflections and feedback on your talk, but thank you so much for sharing it with us. What do you guys think, Nidal, Karam?
Yeah, I think we can stop now and do the full presentation lecture in person in DC as we agreed, Dr. Mansour, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Karama?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Mansour. It's a very powerful presentation, very strong. As a medical doctor myself and as a Palestinian, I will just reflect on a few things on this topic. So the first thing is that we recognize genocide as a public health crisis and a public health catastrophe. And at Doctors Against Genocide, we consider it a medical obligation for all of us to actually understand what leads to genocide, what leads to war crimes, crimes against humanity, by identifying the signs and the symptoms that lead to the full manifestation of that. And our premise with Doctors Against Genocide as Palestinians who lived through occupation is that we recognized a lot of the signs and the symptoms that lead to genocide growing up. So we do consider genocide not as a political or a legal definition, but a medical definition that is focused on the impact of the actions rather than the intent. And we have called what's happening in Gaza and what's happening in Palestine a genocide way before even ICJ touched this. Because we, as people who witness what is happening, it is quite obvious that there was genocidal actions happening all along. I do appreciate all the research that you have given us, and one other thing that we have identified is that casualties, mortalities, and morbidity related to genocide has exceeded wars and exceeded pandemics and epidemics over the past 1 century. The Holocaust is just one part of the genocide. And there is, like you said, the Armenian genocide before that. There is the Rwandan genocide. There are many other genocides that have happened. And we are very concerned that over the past 100 years, the numbers of people killed due to genocide has been much, much, much higher than anything historically recorded in the past. And it is becoming even more concerning because of AI, because of warfare, and because of the kinds of weapons that people are using to kill each other. The other part that, if you allow me to say it, it's as Palestinians, we really think that our story should stand on its own without, I know that genocide was coined because of the Holocaust by Raphael Lemkin, but I had trouble hearing about the Holocaust repeatedly while talking about what's happening in Gaza because it is unrelated and it is not the framing that I think is acceptable. Also, the Palestinian history and the Palestinian stories do not need Holocaust scholars to support or to describe what is happening. And definitely, I think we as Palestinians have our historians and have our writers. And I will put some authors and some speakers who can also educate our audience about what is happening in Palestine. With all due respect to all authors, I don't think the Jewish narration is what should describe what is happening to us as Palestinians. And this is also relevant to how Maisa opened the webinar today. Thank you so much. We look forward to more action by you. You really brought a lot of brave points and strong points. Your lecture was very comprehensive, and I hope you accept my my comments as a colleague and as a Palestinian. So thank you.
I will. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Nidal?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mansour. This was a great presentation, and thank you for everyone on the call, everyone who is listening to this or interested to learn from this. Thank you, Dr. Mansour, for your bravery and for your scientific and medical take on this, and for your bravery to say your truth despite all what came your way. We got your back We, as your colleagues, as medical professionals, people of good conscience all over the world, are always together and supporting all the voices that speak against these crimes and injustices against human beings wherever they are. In Palestine, Sudan, Congo, the black people in the United States, the immigrants, the indigenous people, the trans people, the LGBT people, the Uyghurs, the Rohingya, the Kashmiris, wherever there is injustice, we as doctors, healthcare workers should be on the front, on the side of the victims. And we really appreciate, we learned a lot from your lectures, but again, as we all say, we as healthcare professionals should always center the victim. The victim truth is the center of everything. And when they say we feel this, we have to go what they feel. And as Karama mentioned, we as Palestinians, as victims, also have our take on things and have sometimes feel a little bit more sensitive when our truth has to be only presented through someone else's truth. So as we said earlier during the webinar, we really appreciate every person of conscience standing with the Palestinian people and with all people facing oppression, genocide, and dehumanization. This is a fact, period. We are grateful to all those around the world who refuse silence and refuse complicity, period. But solidarity must never come at the cost of centering others over the victims themselves. The truth of the Palestinian people, our pain, our suffering, our disposition, our massacres, our lived experience, and this ongoing genocide for almost 150 years is inherent. It is whole. It stands fully on its own merits. It does not require validation, permission, interpretation, or an approval stamp from anyone else, not from governments, not from institutions, not from media, not from Jews, not from Christians, not from Muslims, not from atheists, not from liberals, not from conservatives, or anyone else. We welcome support from all people of conscience, including our Jewish allies and supporters, whom we deeply appreciate. But our humanity and our rights are not conditional upon their approval or anyone else's approval or recognition. True solidarity means understanding that Palestinians are not required to make our suffering legible through someone else's history, identity, or framework in order for it to matter. The Holocaust was a horrific genocide against the Jewish people that deserves full acknowledgement, remembrance, and justice on its own merits. And the 150 years of genocide against the Palestinian people is also real, horrific, and criminal on its own terms. It's not preconditional on the Holocaust or anything else. Palestinian suffering does not become more valid only when connected to Holocaust, nor does it require comparison, endorsement, or moral censorship or moral sponsorship from anyone else to be recognized as truth. Our truth is not conditional. Our humanity is not conditional. Our right to life, dignity, freedom, truth, and liberation is not conditional. As Maisa mentioned earlier, beautifully in the webinar, solidarity requires difference. The humanity to center the voices, truths, experiences, and the agency of the people enduring the genocide. Thank you. And Maisa, I think you are here. You have some comments too.
I just have one quick reflection. And again, thank you so much, Dr. Mansour. In the spirit of, open we don't censor anyone here. We are kind of like openly discussing and brainstorming and strategizing, the best ways for healthcare workers to confront genocide. I'm reminded of when we went to South Africa and participated in the genocide conference, and it was hosted at the Holocaust Museum that refused to name the genocide in Gaza. And we listened to a lecture that was extremely painful for us, talking about Holocaust remembrance. I'm also Palestinian, and what was really striking to us, like listening to that lecture, is that all this Holocaust remembrance, all those Holocaust studies, there was absolutely no attempt to prevent future genocides. So I think in reflecting and connecting, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Congo and Sudan now, like to understanding, a Holocaust, I think it's very important to not miss the forest for the trees and not to confuse remembrance with working to resist and working to prevent. And I think that's what's been missing from a lot of the Holocaust studies and a lot of the Holocaust remembrance, is that where is the prevention? Is it, and where is the never again? We've seen never again plastered on the walls, but it obviously is for a certain group of people. It's not for everyone. So I think, listening to you and, even your opening, you're acknowledging, the support you got from your Jewish friends and, your colleagues, and then that's great. It just reminded me of early days of genocide when, when we had to kind of massage the message to appeal to, sadly, a Zionist narrative, and to pick the words and choose, and how to align in order to say the word genocide. So it was just my reflection. Again, I'm Palestinian, and we've been doing this advocacy work for a long time, and we've been learning and unlearning and teaching and educating. So I would just say, yes, the Holocaust, of course, it's a critical piece of the puzzle, but connecting the destiny of the Palestinians, connecting the genocide of Palestinians completely with Holocaust may actually do us a disservice, because, as I mentioned, there has been no prevention out of all those studies, all those millions of dollars and the memorials and the remembrance activities. There hasn't been any prevention. So what's missing here? I'm not sure who. I think Dr. Nadira wanted to say something.
Dr. Nadira, actually, Dr. Mansour, would you like to say something?
So I think I was trying to make exactly the same point, that we need to apply lessons from Holocaust to contemporary issues, including Gaza. And prevention is obviously the main issue.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for saying this. I think
Dr.
that
Nadira, do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Nadira Shalhoub-Kevorkian. I'm from the occupied East Jerusalem. I'm a scholar, I'm a criminologist, scholar of genocide, and part of the Palestinian Global Mental Health Network and other network, including the amazing work of Doctors Against Genocide. Just finished teaching at Princeton on my way to Jerusalem. But I want to say something about the way we are talking about trauma and about atrocities and about our history. I suggested some books because Rashid Khalidi, Noor Masalha, Walid Khalidi, Nadim Rouhana, and so many other amazing scholars, historians have written on the history of the Palestinian, the issue of mental health. We have here the amazing Dr. Lama Khouri, we have Dr. Iyad Sarraj previously, Dr. Arita Jakaman, who's one of the best, Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitti, that writes about the biospheres of violence, and we have the work of amazing scholars that are writing about childhood, including my book on incarcerated childhood and the politics of unchilding. But what I think we need to always remember, that we need to exit this colonial and settler colonial logic, where we need to discuss first the Holocaust to be able for the people to understand us. We can talk about our trauma, we can talk about our situation without referring at least at the current moment where the global social order have failed us big. And we need really to speak against the institutional and epistemic formation within the academy and within our work as professionals, and to insist on the right to be. And the right to be mean the right to speak in our language. So yes, we can use Dr. Rashid Khaldi, we can use the work of Shireen Seqali, we can use Nadira, we can use others, because we were abandoned by institutional and political systems that have forced us to be dispossessed in those conditions of deprivation. And I think we need to exit, really. This is my main message to you, is that we need to exit this situation and start thinking and start talking about our right to resist. And our right to resist start with the fact that we can speak about our trauma, about our pain, about the suffering, about the continuous and ongoing genocide in our own language, talking about Ashla and the dismembered body part, talking about Lamlami and the way, talking about Sumud, talking about Sanad, and so on. So my message to us as we are developing and learning from each other, and hearing you, Dr. Mansour, it's very important that we lean on each other. And the politics of citation is part of the politics of refusing the epistemic violence that is imposed on us to survive. As someone who ended up stepping down from a university because they wanted to silence me, ending up in prison for what I'm writing and what I'm saying, as someone who's written about the necropenology, the punishment of the dead bodies inside the Zionist entity, we have the right to speak our language without sometimes starting in order to get people to listen to us. Your voice is important, as is with all the material that you're putting. That's my message.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to talk about Dr. Samad Jabbar that I work with very closely later on in my lecture, but thank you for that perspective. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure. Sufyan.
Okay, to begin with, I am not a Palestinian. I grew up hearing about genocide from the Zionists. So when I see the first genocide I encounter in Sabra and Shatila 44 years ago, I was truly shocked. And through my 44 years with the Palestinians, I began to learn. I threw away all the genocide academic books I have on my shelf, and I listened to the Palestinians. And I find here something very refreshing and something very empowering, in the sense that you have a group of people that the whole world conspire to destroy and erase. All right, maybe 150 years. Khaledi says it's 100 years. And then, you see, we did not mention the fact that it is fashionable and legitimate to talk about the Holocaust. Once you talk about the genocide in Gaza, the whole world comes against you. And this particular platform is very important because it's a platform and a space where the Palestinians can talk about themselves, tell us what they're like. We have just listened to what Ahmed is like. We have listened to him of the kind of, the resilience of the Palestinian people. I have a problem with psychiatrists. I'm sorry. I've got many friends who are psychiatrists. They see mental trauma as something which is close to the civilian mental trauma. But when we talk about the mental and physical trauma and the generation trauma of the Palestinian people, is something totally different. A lot of my well-meaning consultant psychiatrists talk about rehabilitation, talk about how to treat depression among the Palestinians, and so on and so forth. It is important, but it is not the only thing. The Palestinian people can only, or I shouldn't say can only, will, as I know, bring forth their own liberation with their own resistance. They don't need us from the outside to tell them what therapy they need, what they need to do, and so on and so forth. They will do it. And they will tell us what they want us to do. And if we do not listen to their voice, and if we confound all the academic writings and so on and so forth from different parts of the world, then we have lost it. This is a very special situation. When I decide to work in Kashmir, nobody obstruct me from talking about what's happening in Kashmir. When I decide to support the Rohingya, nobody opposed me. When I decide to support the Uyghurs, nobody has opposed me. But when I decide to call out the genocide in Gaza, I have been met with all kinds of backlash. That means I'm doing the right thing. That means I am articulating what the Palestinians want me to articulate. I'm never an academic. I don't need to be one. I'm just a doctor. They are my patients, one-to-one. They are my family on the community scale. They are my people as we march on together as oppressed people, ready to liberate ourselves. And when the whole world order is collapsing, then this Gaza genocide will have to create a new world order. And they were right, the world order. This time, truthfully, without hypocrisy, without interference, without backlash and gaslighting from the so-called academic world, the various institutions, and so on and so forth. We don't need their accolades.
Thank you. Very powerful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suyang.
Dr. Ahmed is with us.
Yeah.
Dr. Ahmed?
Yes.
Salamat.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam. So we're gonna shift gear to our colleagues in Gaza and to hear from Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra, head of pediatrics at Nasser Hospital. And I think he has some updates for us.
Yes, of course. Really?
Dr. Ahmed, maybe you can remove. أيوة, bravo. ممتاز.
Okay.
كيف
Assalamu
الحال؟
alaikum.
وعليكم السلام.
We really miss you, miss everyone. Dr. Maisa, Dr. Karama, Marta Miller, Dr. Catherine, Dr. Swi, everyone. Dr. Nidal, طبعا. I don't want to miss anyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk today. Really, أول حاجة كل عام وأنتم بخير. We are near Eid al-Adha. We hope so that inshallah next Eid we will meet every one of your group inshallah. We hope as soon as possible. Today I have three guests. They are amazing guests. They are doctors who were injured in the attack of the hospital. First, we have Dr. Saja Abdurrahman. Dr. Saja, she's one of our amazing doctors in Al-Azhar University. She's in the 6 years. She was injured while the Israeli army attacked the hospital on 25th of August, last August. And she will talk about what happened with her. And then we will listen to Dr. Basim Radwan. He's also another amazing doctor. Also, he's one of our colleague and student, and he's in the 6th year of Al-Azhar. Fifth or sixth? Fifth. You know, their level is, they are highly educated. Even we think that they're in the 6th year, and they are actually in the 5th year. Dr. Saja, go ahead. تعالي هنا. تعالي مكانك.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. I am Saja Abdurrahman Fayyad, a 50 years medical student at Al-Azhar University Gaza. I stand before you not only as a doctor from Gaza, but as someone who has lived through the pain that many only see on screen. In Gaza, medicine is no longer just a profession, it has become an act of survival, humility, and resistance. We treat patients while hospitals are overwhelmed, while supplies run out, and while fear surrounds us every single day. I will describe the event happened to us. I was injured during a first lecture on surgery rotation in Nasser Hospital in Gaza. When the area was suddenly attacked, I suffered a serious attack, head injury, including skull fractures, especially in temporal bone, isolated skull fracture, alhamdulillah. And I also has bear on my face, especially on right side. But now, alhamdulillah. In this moment, everything felt unreal. I remember the fear, the confusion, and the pain all happened at once. The physical injury was very difficult, but psychological impact very, very heavier. Even after treatment, the memories of the day continue to affect me. Sometimes it's hard to focus or feel safe again. What makes it even more painful is that we were simply trying to continue our education and live normal life. This is everything. I still try to stay strong, continue my studies, and hold on hope for a future where people in Gaza can live, study, and work without fear. Thank you.
You know, my colleagues, Dr. Saja, she came from Deir al-Balah. You know, Deir al-Balah is far away from Khan Yunis, nearly 15 kilometer, and she suffered a lot to come to join Doctors Against Genocide. Please, Dr. Maisa, Dr. Karama, Dr. Nidal, we want to involve Dr. Saja in our group of Nasser Doctors Against Genocide. You know, again and again, if we have wealth, or we don't have money in Gaza, we don't have I mean equipments or hospitals, but we have the manpower. We have the best doctors I have ever seen. Really, Saja and her colleague, one of my amazing students. Really, when you are studying with them and when you are giving them lectures, you feel that Gaza is good. Gaza is in good general condition nowadays. Gaza is surviving. Gaza is recovered. They are doing everything. They are doing exams, USMLE and American board and Egyptian, Arabian board, and they are always leaders for that exam. Everyone is asking, even the media of the journalists of the Israeli papers and newspapers, they asking how they are studying, how they are passing that exams. Are they are studying in the tents? Are they are studying in on a battery of the laptop or a battery of mobile? How they are dealing with that problem? Okay, here also our colleague will talk. Come here, please.
شكرا كتير شدع.
الله يسعدكم. فيش كنت كتبت عملت
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Basim Ridwan, a fifth-year medical student at Al-Azhar University in Gaza. Today, I'm going to talk about my story that I was suffering from during clinical practice in Nasser Hospital a few months ago. So in the morning, it was our first day in surgery rotation. We are in a room full of doctors and students talking about history taking and physical examination and how to approach to patients. And suddenly, out of nowhere, I lost my consciousness, and I lost my consciousness, and I woke up as a patient. I suffered from a frontal bone fracture with multiple facial wounds and lacerations and burns. But
عندنا
and
صورة معلش أورجيها الصورة.
yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, that's me. The first day, and after that, I was suffering and traumatized of what happened to me for a few. Yeah, that's Saja. That's Saja after she injured. So after my injury, I suffered from frontal bone fracture, multiple restoration, and facial burns. But then I was traumatized for several weeks, trying to understand what happens to me. But eventually, I survived. I'm still a medical student, and here I am. So thank you, everyone, for hearing me. Thank you.
You know, my colleagues, Basim is one of the amazing doctor, and I can make a challenge with any doctor outside Gaza who can beat him in medicine. ما شاء الله ما
الحمد لله
شاء
على
الله
سلامتك الحمد لله على
ما
سلامتك يا
شاء
باسم
الله.
الله يسلمكم جميعا.
If
الحمد لله على سلامتك
Dr. Karama, if you have any questions about neuropediatrics, he can answer you. Dr.
ممتاز.
Nizal, if you have any answers about geriatric, he can answer you.
No, I wanted
Any
to take over my job. I don't want to ask any more questions. You can take over باسم. I know they will be in better hands, safe hands ما شاء الله. كيف حالك يا باسم؟ احكي بالعربي شوي.
الحمد لله. هلا لك
معلش
حالك يا
طز
دكتور.
بالانجليزي.
كيف؟
احكي بالعربي شوي.
هلا دكتور، كيف حالك؟
الله يخليك الحمد
ايش؟
لله. خبرنا كيف امورك؟ ان شاء الله بخير.
والله بخير الحمد لله، والحمد لله يعني عايشين الحمد لله.
كيف كم طالب معكم بالدفعة؟
في الدفعة ما يقارب 400 طالب، 450.
ما شاء الله. اهلك بخير؟ كلهم بخير ان شاء الله؟
الحمد لله كلهم بخير والحمد لله.
بس هو الأول على دفعته.
So Basim is number one in his class. His class about 450 students in the medical school. شرفنا. We're proud of you, Basil, you and your colleagues and everyone in Gaza.
Thank you
What
very much.
is your ask for the people of the world or the medical students of the world or the doctors of the world? شو حاب تسأل العالم أو شو رسالتك لهم؟
يعني I don't know يعني help لا see us as a human being, and what you can do for us, it will be very helpful, and we appreciate that.
أهل
دكتور
غزة
نضال
بحسوا إنه العالم خذلهم. Do
Yeah,
you feel
yeah, of
betrayed?
course.
Do you feel betrayed by the world?
Yeah, of course. We're alone for about 2 years, and still for now we are alone.
Basil, did you
No,
commit any crime as a human being, as a student, that deserve what you're going through?
no one commit any crime. We are a student, we are doctors, we are human being after all. We are just trying to live.
So you were almost killed, and many of we know more than a few 100,000 people in Gaza and more than 21,000 children in Gaza were murdered brutally by Israel and the West weapons. And everyone in Gaza is living through those horrific conditions. And we have few 100,000 of injured people. We have more than 1 million child who are being starved until today for no crime, just for being there, just for being Palestinian, just for being in Gaza.
Yes, exactly. Just for being here.
Dr. Nidal,
تفضل.
I want to mention that Bassem and Saja, both of them lost their houses. Bassem used to have a nice villa in eastern of Khan Yunis, like me, with his family, and he's lost all of what they belonged for them in the eastern of Khan Yunis, Venezuela.
Yeah, yeah.
In
That.
Khuzaa, رد رد على الجوال ولا إيه؟ in Khuzaa. And he's now living in a tent with his family. And this is a challenge for him that is still on his level and on his studying. Really, I'm teaching them nowadays bronchial asthma and bronchiolitis and a cardiac exam. Really, sometimes when I have some uh, thing to ask about the lecture, I should ask Dr. Bassem what is his opinion about that, because he's reading more and he's looking for a lot of journals outside Gaza. So if you can see, look to his face, you can see the scar of the skull injury that happened
Oh, I can
for
see it,
him.
yeah. Here. Wow, it's still swollen there,
That's
yeah.
me. What I mean that these criminals and these psychopaths who got the order for bumping or the tank bomb for these innocent people who are practicing medicine in Nasser Medical Complex, and they lost one of their colleagues. في واحد من زملائكم توفى صح؟
Yeah.
Yes, one of their colleague passed away and he was martyred. Alhamdulillah that Dr. Basim and Dr. Saja survived. But it will be a miserable situation if more and more was martyred at that time. So what we should do, we will do a judge for these psychopath or moral, unmoral, they are not a human being who give the order for the tank to bomb these innocent people who were getting and trying to make around about surgery in Nasser Medical Complex. This was shocked. It was shock for everyone in the hospital that even the student of medicine not survive from these criminals. Dr. Nadal, I have a guest, the third guest for you. Come here, please.
Before we have the third guest, خليك بس الله يخليك.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is your dream? What is your dream? شو طموحك؟ شو حابب تصير؟ أو شو طموحك لغزة؟ How do you want Gaza to be? What's your dream for the future? Or dream of any medical student, anyone in Gaza?
Now, after we suffered, our dreams become simple. Just we are trying to be, just live to be a doctor. Yeah, that's it. Simple. Surviving and being what we started. Yeah.
But Basil,
Yeah.
inshallah, we're gonna rebuild Gaza and rebuild the hospitals. Inshallah, you're gonna be
Inshallah.
working at a much bigger
We
and fully developed and equipped hospital, tertiary care hospital.
we hope that.
Someone like you and your colleagues deserve a lot better than this. And your dreams should
Yeah.
never become small. I know you're in survival mode now. It's only because of the crime committed against you by Israel, genocidal nation of Israel, and genocidal major powers, especially the United States. But your dreams are big. Your hearts are even bigger. We are proud of you. Thank you, Basil. Stay strong,
thank you.
and inshallah, your dream will become big soon.
Inshallah, inshallah.
شرفنا
Thank you.
حبيبي. شرفنا موفق. سلم
This
على
is
أهلك
the
بعد.
third.
الله يسلمك الله
This
يخليك.
is the third guest you ordered to see. Dr. Nidal, he is
أهلا
feeling.
وسهلا.
السلام عليكم.
أهلا وسهلا. أهلا أزهر.
مساء
إيش
الخير
يا
يا
كل
دكتور
واحد أحلام
نضال.
قدامي شو هذا إيه؟
مساء الخير لك يا دكتور
اهلا
نضال.
اهلا
طاير تلبس ستايل
يا
كمان
اهلين،
وهاي
كيف
نيك.
حالكم جميعا؟ دكتورة كرامة،
مشتاقين
دكتورة
لك
ميسة.
مشتاقين
طاير
لك
تلبس ستايل وهاي
اشتقت
نيك
لكم
والدنيا بخير
العافية
إن شاء الله.
والله. We miss you والله يا دكتور
والله
نضال.
مشتتي ليش
We
مشتتي
miss
الدنيا
all
برد
the people who
مش
are
شوقان؟
listen to me and listen to us.
ايش مشتتي الدنيا برد
والله يعني مش عارف. قلنا مش
ستايل هاي ستايل حلو. عجبني هذا الستايل. احكي اشتقنا لك يا زلمة. وين بتخبي أنت؟ وين بتخبي؟
والله انا داخلين ماي سكول.
أنت عارف لأنه إحنا بنحبك أنت صرت تثقل علينا وتتخبى تبين بس مرة بالسنة زي
والله ما
القمر
في
ها؟
حد بيقدر، في حد بيقدر يتقل عليك يا دكتور نضال.
حبيبي الشعب كيف حالك؟
والله الحمد لله
So
تمام.
you're
Nidal,
going to school? You're going to school now?
he started English support courses in Academy of Dr. Muhammad Sagir. You know, Dr. Muhammad Sagir has
Yes.
Academy for English learning, and Rayan is one of his students. Now Rayan will talk in English simply, and he will show you that his level is growing up. Yes, go ahead. Yes,
ما شاء
go
الله
ahead.
ما شاء الله Dr. Muhammad
Go
Saqar
ahead.
never
Yeah.
stops. He had like 4 or 5 academies going at the same time. He has academy for English, academy for nursing education, academy for all kind of skill improvements. So amazing, impressive. يلا ريان, speak in English because everyone wants to hear you. Everyone
Yes.
wants to hear
بدكم
what you
احكي
told
لكم.
us.
Yes.
عارف عن حالي؟ اوكي. I'm ريان احمد الفرة. I have
Yes.
I
Look to that.
okay. I'm 17 years old, and I am trying to speak English fluently. And my dad يعني supports us الحمد لله, support me الحمد لله. إن شاء الله I will try. If I can't do, I will try again إن شاء الله.
You're gonna keep trying until
Study
you learn
medicine إن
English
شاء الله.
fluently. Yeah. ما شاء
إن
الله. You're
شاء
speaking,
الله.
your accent is great already.
إن شاء الله
Better than
الحمد
my
لله
accent.
يعني. إحنا بنحاول إن شاء الله.
We will
You're
try.
trying,
We
yeah?
will
Yeah,
try.
you're doing great.
Yes.
So you're 17 years old. What grade are you in now?
إيش؟
باي صف انت هلا؟
أنا الحين بديت توجيهي الحمد لله.
Oh, so you're in the final the high school, last year of the high
Yes,
school.
yes, yes. Yes, secondary school.
Are there schools now? Is there a place for you to go to school?
Yes.
Where
يعني
are the
إنه
schools? Is it a building or خيام?
بإيش اسمه بجوا؟
No, it is not a real school, Dr. Nidal. It is a school made by plastic and metal. It is and aluminum.
ألمنيوم
It's metal.
عالمي.
It's
Okay.
yes. مين اللي عمل المدارس؟
اللي هي علماء بلا حدود.
علماء بلا حدود. One
Arts
of
Colors
the
Without Borders.
Yes, one of the NGOs who support to do some schools. They try to survive or try to make a rescue. Yes, a rescue operation for the teaching and learning. So this is good. We try to continue our life as Dr. Basim mentioned. We try to not to be beaten and not to be surrendered anyway. Anyway, we have to continue, and this is our land, and we are, as Rahmatullah alayhi, Dr. Adnan Bosch told before, we are the stone of the valley. and we will still like the stone on the land of the valley. I want to talk, Dr. Nidal, briefly about.
Before this, I just want to comment on the school. As we all know, that the children in Gaza have not been able to go to school for the last almost 3 years now, because most of the schools are destroyed, and the few of them are still standing are used to shelter the people who are displaced because they have nowhere else to go. So some NGOs, some small initiatives here and there are there to try to provide for some of the students. Of course, not all of them. The lucky ones, they get to maybe have some classes. Again, it's not full schools, not full classes. It's usually makeshift, tents or some aluminium structures here and there for some students. Rayan is going to one of them. It is actually built by the organization Scholars Without Borders. The founder of that organization is my friend, and he's here actually a neighbor in Michigan, Dr. Jiab Silman. And Alhamdulillah, they're trying, and they do have a mission to build 100 of those schools all over Gaza. They started with a few of them, and Alhamdulillah, Rayan is lucky to be one of the students there. But again, that does not replace, and it's not enough to replace all the great work that the Ministry of Education of Gaza was doing, because we have 1 million child in Gaza who need education. And also all the great work that UNRWA was doing, because almost half of the children in Gaza used to go to UNRWA schools, the other half to Ministry of Health. Only few students were able to go to some private school here and there. So we still need to insist on rebuilding the education system in Gaza, rebuilding the schools, both from the Ministry of Health, and also reinstate the support for the UNRWA to provide both the education and the health care that they used to give the people of Gaza. تفضل Dr. Ahmed.
Dr. Nidal, I want to mention something, because our colleagues, they have to know. What I did for Rayan is like a private operation. What I mean is 3 years was completely absent of school. So I asked one teacher of mathematics and one teacher of chemistry and another teacher of physics to start from the beginning for him. And this is because I'm afraid about his future, and I can do a funds for that. But all the people of Gaza, they couldn't do that, and they are unable to do that. So now he's okay. He's organized in the school, and he's survived, and he's joined the school, inshallah, and he will be one of the good students. But this, what will the others will do? They need support by everything to start and to refresh the mathematics, the chemistry. You know that the secondary school is depend on the primary, and it's like a stone, and it is level up by education.
So yeah, I'm so lucky because I'm joined in the school, because a lot of student can't join in these schools because إيش يعني المقاعد؟
The the sitting, the chairs
The
is not
number of
available.
seats, the number of seats is limited. So only just
Number of seats, yes, number of
few
seats is
students
not
are allowed.
available.
Yeah, I know
Yes.
with a small, I know the founders, so I know there's the capacity. These are all small organizations. They can only do so much. It's better than nothing, but it's not a substitution that the whole Ministry of Education be reinstated to do its work, for all the crossing to open to allow rebuilding material in, and also to reinstate all the full work of UNRWA, because small organizations can only teach, a few dozen students, a few hundred of students. No one can provide education for 1 million child unless it is on a governmental and an international level. So تفضل يا ريان.
بس هذا كنت بدي احكيه، انه يعني في كثير من الطلاب للحين مش قادرين يلتحقوا في المدارس لأن المقاعد كلها ممتلئة. ففي طلاب يعني للحين في هذه اللحظة، ما من أول الحرب للحين ما قدروش يدخلوا في أي مدرسة ولا يدرسوا في.
Okay,
طبعا يعني مش كل
let me
الأهالي.
translate this. خلينا نترجم هيك. So Rayan is saying that he's lucky that he was able to find a seat, but many or the majority of the students are not able to join because there is no enough place or seating for them. And most of the students did not get any education at all since the genocide started 2.5 years ago. تفضل ريان.
في كمان ممكن يعني في طلاب ماشي ما التحقوش، ممكن في اهالي بيهتموا في انه الطلاب يدرسوا، لكن في بعض الاهالي ممكن يكون ما عندهمش كتير اولاد، فكتير بيشغلوا اولادهم، فهذا يعني ممكن له ثلاث او اكثر من 3 سنين وهو حرفيا مش ماسك كتاب، فهذا في فاقد تعليمي كبير. يعني بكره بس يجي يخش توجيهي مثلا الطالب يلاقي حاله مش فاهم حاجه، بده يروح يتاسس من صف ثامن ولا تاسع عشان يلحق توجيهي ويقدر يجيب معدل، ومش راح يكون غالبا عالي يعني.
So some students or some families try to emphasize the education a lot more than others, or maybe they are a little bit better off, so they are making sure that their kids do go to some school and get some education. But many other families, and we know the situation in Gaza is very bad, they don't have either the capacity or the time or the ability to send their kids to these, kind of private schools. And we all know that also in the last years and a half, because of the families have been disrupted, because many members have been lost, many children, they became the sole provider of the family when they lost their father or their mother, the elderly. So the child became the only one who will go out and get some wood to put fire to make some food. The child is the one who's going out to get the water for the family. So most of the children are not lucky enough to either uh, have the time or the place or the ability to get some education. تفضل.
That's it.
احكي انجليزي كمان، ما انت حكيت بدك تحكي انجليزي، ما ليش تخلينا ترجمه؟
حكينا يا عمي خلاص بكفي.
ايه ليش محلو انت؟ طيب شو خير القسم، ظبط شعراتك معامل غره خير.
حلاوة يا عمي، اقسم بالله حكينا لك يا دكتور نضال، يا عمي انا طبيعي بس انت عينيك الحلوة يا عمي.
انت اسمع صاحبت في لك صاحبي ولا لسه؟ ولا في ممنوع هذا الحكي في
مين؟
غزه؟
لا يا راجل اوعى
ايه
اوعى
اسمع،
اوعى
بحكيش
يا ابن
لابوك، ما بحكي
الحلال.
لابوك، ما بحكي
يعني
لابوك.
خلاص
يا
خلاص ان شاء الله في الواتساب
بس خلص نحكي انا
برايفت
وياك
خلينا.
نظبطها بين بعض، خليها سر. محمد وين محمد؟ ويرز يور براذر محمد؟
Muhammad at home, now at home.
how is he doing?
He's trying to travel. He's waiting for his passport.
اوكي.
I think his
الله
passport
يحميكم.
is, inshallah.
الله يحميكم.
Dr. Nadal,
تفضل.
please, I want to talk about 3 points, please. Today, yesterday, sorry, we have meeting with MSF Spain. I was with Dr. Atf Al-Hout and Dr. Muhammad Zaqut, the general directors of the hospitals, and we make a Zoom with them. We told them about the situation in our building. We told them that the situation is very bad because they collapsed and withdrawn from Tahrir building. We told them that a lot of doctors now left the hospital to other house field hospitals, seniors doctors and consultant doctors, and we need them to come back again. They were talking in some like someone who's to check mind or thinking to go or not to go. Please, if you can make some messages for them from Doctors Against Genocide, that the situation in Tahrir Hospital that belongs to pediatric and maternity department, the situation is very difficult, and this is the only castle that it is serving and covering the south of Gaza Strip, and nearly 1 million people are served by this hospital. I think Doctors Against Genocide, their voice is very effective, and if you send a message for MSF Spain, because MSF France is continued to work in the hospital, MAP is continued to work in the hospital, you commit UKMed, one of the hospitals that it is difficult to work in Nasser Medical Complex. They are working in Nasser Medical Complex, and they doing a great job. So this is the first thing. Second thing, I want to talk about the diabetes mellitus and what they are suffering in Gaza. You know, every DM patient need two type of insulin. Long-acting insulin like insulitard or like um, glargine, insulin or Lantus, and they need the Actarabid or Novorapid insulin. Nowadays, the Actarabid or Novorapid insulin is lost in Gaza. You can imagine that all the patients of DM are suffering too much because they don't have the Actarabid or Novorapid insulin, and they need to come to the hospital to take regular insulin IV sometimes if the sugar is high. This is unbelievable. Also, they don't have the kits for the glucometer, and they don't have the HbA1c for glucose control the last 3 months. This is one of the disease that the patient are suffering in Gaza. For example, diabetes mellitus, but they are suffering too much nowadays. I want to talk about the third thing that we have as the UNICEF, and the WHO mentioned about the rodents distribution in Gaza and the change of the behavior of that rodents. And we were afraid about the spreading of infection due to that rodents. You know that we have type of rickettsia, which is obligated intracellular bacteria, and you have something like it in the United States, which name is Rocky Mountain spotted fever. You know, we have three types of rickettsia. We have rickettsia provozaki, and rickettsia typhi, and rickettsia. That rickettsia means Rocky Mountain spot fever. Rickettsia provozaki is transmitted by human louse, and rickettsia typhi is transmitted by a flea, and rickettsia is transmitted by ticks. All three things, ticks and the flea and the human louse, are now available in Gaza due to rodent and due to rubble and due to dirty and due to everything. So we started to see a lot of cases of rickettsiosis and fulminant rickettsiosis. They coming by fever, chills, headache. I'm talking about pediatrics. And in the fourth day or the fifth day, they come by skin rash. And sometimes the rickettsia is fulminant, and it causes some picture of septicemia by rickettsiosis. It's very serious disease, and we have to give alarm about that. Also, I want to mention that we still have some essential drugs is lost nowadays, like IVIG, like some antibiotics, like some instrument for orthopedic operation. Here I have Dr. Yusuf Al-Ghalban. He is orthopedic doctor. He worked in the war 2 years and a half. He didn't leave the hospital. He stayed in the hospital for the last time when they attacked Nasser Medical Complex. Then he left the hospital before they are targeted the hospital. I think hours. Yes. Yes. Dr. Yusuf, one of the doctors who nearly have a very extreme experience in this war. Can you come here, Dr. Yusuf, and talk? Come here. I will translate. هاي دكتور يوسف دكتور نضال، دكتور يوسف الغلبان.
مساء الخير دكتور نضال، مساء الخير للجميع. احنا بنشكركم كثير على وقوفكم مع اهل غزة ورفع صوتنا للعالم. انا بدي احكي كذا موقف صار معنا في الحرب هذه. من اول الحرب يعني كان عدد الاصابات فظيع جدا، نوع الاصابات شديدة جدا، لدرجة بعد المصابين احنا كنا يعني بنقول ان شاء الله ربنا ينال الشهادة من فظاعة الاصابات في الدماغ، في البطن، كل الاطراف مبتورة. يعني أنا بدي أحكي عن قصة مرة صارت معي. كنا مناوبة، يعني أنا بس كنت شغال في المستشفى بالمحرر غالبا. في عندنا في مكان.
كرامة should you translate؟
يا كان ترانزيت، بس اول شيء نعرف، خليه يعرف على حاله في الاول. انت ترجم دكتور احمد، انت ترجم واحنا بنساعدك. عرف على حالك يا دكتور، اهلا وسهلا فيك، كيف حالك؟
الله يسلمك، الله يبارك فيك يا دكتور نضال.
شو الاخبار؟
يوسف صالح الغلبان، طبيب مقيم عظام.
So
عمري
Dr. Yusuf
54 سنة.
Al-Ghalbani is an orthopedic resident. تفضل.
بدي أحكي عن
wait. Dr. Yusuf was in the hospital since the beginning of the war. He didn't leave the hospital. He's living in Ma'in. Ma'in is one of the area that it is in the east, near the European hospital, تقريبا, almost. And he lost a villa, like a beautiful villa. I visited him in that villa. His wife is a teacher. She was a teacher in UNRWA schools, and they did everything to build that villa. But unfortunately, the occupational forces destroyed that villa because they destroyed everything beautiful. So he came to the hospital, and he still in the hospital, and he's 24 hours available in the hospital. You know, the orthopedic doctor is one of the main vital section in this war, because a lot of injured patients are suffering from fractured bone, fractured skull, fractured ribs, fractured everything. So they are working 24 hours over 24 hours. Dr. Yusuf mentioned that he saw a lot of victims and a lot of mass casualties, and he saw a lot of amputated limbs, and he sometimes was praying for a lot of victims that they will pass away, because he don't want they to suffer, and they want them to get shahada and to be in paradise, and he don't want them to suffer more and more by amputated two limbs. Continue.
نحكي على قصة. إحنا كانوا المواطنين بروحوا على مدارس الأونروا عشان بيعتقدوا إنه هذا منطقة آمنة لهم، يعني ما يضربوهاش اليهود، ما يستهدفوهاش.
Some citizens, they are going to the UNRWA schools as they think that these schools are safe places against the targeting of the occupational forces, as the United Nations flag is there, and the color of the school, the white and the blue that belongs to UNRWA, is obvious. Everyone, and the airplane and the planes and the quadcopter, all of them know that this is area, it belongs to UNRWA. So the people thought that these places are safe for them, and they are living in the room of that school. Okay.
في يوم 5/12/2023 أنا كنت مناوب في مستشفى ناصر. إلا والصبح تجينا خبر في قصفين المدرسة اللي فيها ذاك، في نص المدرسة قصفوها اليهود عشان الناس شو اسمه تهاجر تخلي من المناطق هذه اللي على المواصي. منطقة معن، في منطقة معن في سكننا.
Yes, at Ma'in area where he's living, the UNRWA school at that place was targeted at the 5th of December 2023, at the beginning of the war, 2 months after the beginning of the war. and the occupational forces attacked the hospital, attacked the school, sorry, by F-16. You can imagine a school was targeted by rocket of F-16. I saw the rocket of F-16 because I have a rocket that didn't explode in front of my clinic. I saw it. It's nearly 1 ton, 1,000 kilogram of TNT was attacked a school. Okay.
تفاجأنا أن اتصلوا علي من فوق، كنت مناوب في القسم، إلا نزلنا على الاستقبال. كل أقاربي، والدتي كانت مصابة، أولاد ابن أخوي، كل أقاربي 50 واحد، والكل بشد فيك، ما أنتش عارف تروح لمين وتخلي مين. يعني
they could after that they ask and they talk to him on the internal call. Dr. Yusuf, come to the reception room because a lot of your relatives and a lot of people were injured in that school. And when he go to the reception room, he was shocked and surprised that a lot of his relatives, his brother and his sister, and the son of his brother and son of his sister, all of them either was martyred or injured and severely injured. This is the most shockable state or shocked moment that he was confused to go for that boy or for that girl or for his brother or for his sister. Okay.
كمان مناوبة تاني، كنا برضه في المستشفى، وكانت والدتي عند دارنا السايبي جنب المستشفى الساعة 8 الصبح.
In another duty, this is the first event. The second event, another duty, he was in the hospital also, and his mother was in the house of family of his wife.
سمعنا صاروخين الصبح الساعة 8، صاروخين نزلت، يعني ما خدناش ولا أعطينا في الإشي هذا.
We heard a voice that 2 rockets was in that area. He couldn't imagine that 2 rockets was against his family house.
بعد دقائق بتصلوا عليك يلحق في إصابات من اللي تتقصفوا الخيمة اللي عندنا.
After minutes, they shout and they call him, Dr. Yusuf, come. There is a relative for you, and they are injured in the reception room.
وتبين إنه والدتي وأخوي استشهدوا في هذه الضربة، صاروخين على خيمة.
At that time, 1 rocket was against the tent, and his mother was unfortunately passed away, and his brother also passed away. Both of them were martyrs at that attack against a tent.
صار فيها إصابة خطيرة في رجله، العصب كان قطع وكسر في أطرافه.
And son of his brother also was amputated his both 2 limbs and severely injured.
برضه مناوبة ثانية كنا بناخذ دوام يعني في اليوكي ميد في المستشفى البريطاني.
This is the third event. He was in the UK Med Hospital, in the Housefield Hospital.
كنت بشتغل في العمليات، بعمل عملية، وكان الجوال يرن كثير، وكل ما يرن الجوالات الواحد بحط ايده على قلبه زي ما بقول.
While he was in operation for an injured patient in UK Med Hospital, Housefield Hospital, his mobile was ringing more and more, and he was feeling afraid that something is happening.
لما خلصنا العملية إلا بنتصل إلا بقولوا ابن أخوك استشهد.
When he finished the operation, he got someone call him that the son of your brother was passed away in another targeting, and he was a martyr, unfortunately.
الله يرحمه، رحمة الله عليه، لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
لا حول، الله يرحمه. مرة ثالثة برضه كنا مناوبين يعني الساعة 2 في الليل.
The fourth event, he was on duty at 2 a.m. at night.
قرايبي جابوني من فوق على الاستقبال، إلا وابن أخوي كان مصاب إصابة خطيرة في الدماغ.
He was called from the reception room that Another sibling of his brother also was targeted.
يعني الصاروخ ضربوا في كان صالون حوالي 12 متر من أول ل 12 متر زقلوا الصاروخ.
A rocket was pumped the area that that son was there, and he was thrown out nearly 12 meters away.
ضل أسبوعين في العناية وبعدين برضه استشهد.
He stayed in the ICU for 2 weeks and then he passed away. You know, Dr. Nidal, I mentioned before, every home in Gaza, every family in Gaza was injured or was attacked by these criminals. They make a drop of tear in every house. They make a sad story in every house. They make a sad film or tragedia in every place. So one time, inshallah, we will stand and we will we will not forgive for anything. This man lost a lot of his relatives. This doctor was injured while he's studying. Doctora also was injured while she's studying. I lost a lot of my relatives. We lost our home. We lost everything, but we will not forgive. We will not forgive, and we will not forget, inshallah. Not to forget and will not forgive. And inshallah, we will take our rights from them. They will ask us to forgive them and will not forgive them. Inshallah Rabbil Alameen.
Inshallah. Dr. Ahmed, بدي استأذن منك because we have also an urgent situation in Congo and about the outbreak of Ebola there. We need to hear some updates on that. And also we need to hear from Annie, because all the work that we are doing supporting the victims of genocide in Palestine, in Sudan and Congo needs a lot of support, a lot of money. So we're going to have Annie, if you please, you can keep it short for 2-3 minutes to get some support for this important work that we're doing. Then we go to Philippe and Khadija to give us some updates on the Ebola outbreak in Congo. Then we can come back to you, Dr. Ahmed, if you don't mind. We just need, because
Okay.
Philippe does not have a good connection, we don't want to lose him. Then we'll come back to you, inshallah, in a minute. So go ahead, Annie.
Thank you, Dr. Nidal. This is the topic no one wants to cover, and I want all of you to focus right now. It is money. The Israelis have demonetized Gaza and the West Bank. And we must, as Dr. Maisa opened up the entire session today, we have to get more active, more involved. We have to double down. Money matters. And I want to really address that in just 2 minutes. First of all, if the team will repost the link while I speak. The good news I want to bring to you about money and DAG. This is extraordinary good news. And then I'm going to ask you for something very big. But first, the good news. DAG, in its tiny short history on this planet, has over 5,500 donors. This is a global movement. This is a group of people who have no fundraising director, nothing of its kind. It is a global movement that has touched so many people. 5,500 donors already. It is grassroots. It is global. I want you to hear that good news. The next bit of good news I want you to hear. I know every single one of you, if you could, and Dr. Sui has done this, others, if you could, you would get on a plane and you would go to Gaza. If you are a doctor, even if you're a humble economist like me or professor, whoever you are, I know you would be on that plane. I know you would. And I know when they open, you will do that. And in the meantime, even though we can't get there, we have to be there. And the only way we can be there is supporting Dr. Farah, supporting everybody on the ground. Your money at this point is the only way to be there. We will eventually be there. But I know you want to do this. I know you want to be there. So let's get our money there. Now, what is DAG? Above all else, what is DAG? Here's how I define it. It is a high velocity humanitarian engine.
it moves in hours, it moves in minutes, it moves in days. When you give, there is no overhead, there's no staff, there is, the great people you see on this call here who give all their
There's
time.
only us, all of you.
So we're asking so everything you give is going to go to Congo, go to Gaza, go everywhere that it is required. The link is there. There is no other high velocity humanitarian engine like this. It's going right in the ground, and I know you want it to be there. So I give to the DAG general because I trust completely the DAG will decide tomorrow where that money should go based on what percentage to Congo, what percentage might go to music against genocide, all the things, Dr. Farah's work, all of this. I give to the general giving. I want you to give monthly because I want you to know how good you will feel by knowing that every month you are in it. Of course, if you want to give a big gift one time, also do that, but also be a sustaining member. I want you to do this. The last point is I want to give you another point of inspiration. One of our DAG members, her name is Martha Miller. She's actually on this call. We talk quite a bit. A member of her family did something exceptional. This is going back to Mesa. We must double down. A member of her family, what did he do? He's getting married shortly. He asked for no gifts. He asked that everything that they wanted to give in honor of his marriage go to DAG. I want you to think, can your corporation match a gift? Will somebody maybe be as wonderful as the family member of Martha's? Will you be a sustaining member? Before you end this call, if you're not one of the 5,500, please use this time, follow that link, give as much as if you were going to Gaza. We want to get that number well above 10,000, and that will be monumental. I thank you really for this, but I want you to know when you give a gift, as I feel, as all of you do who have given, it is our honor to do this. It is an honor. You will feel that. So please, if you've given before, give again. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And this work is only possible because of you. Each and every one of you, whether by donating or speaking or joining or mobilizing or spreading the word. So we really appreciate everything. And those who also contribute with their time, with their effort, with their skill, everything counts and everything builds up the momentum for the movement, for justice and for humanity, for all of us. And now we need to go to the most disturbing situation, the unfolding outbreak of the deadly Ebola virus in Congo. As if the people of Congo did not have much to worry about, only just to have another layer of catastrophe imposed against them. We have our colleague, Philippe, from Goma. He's going to join us live and give us the updates. Khadija is going to be listening too. She might not be able to join in person, but at least Philippe on the ground. Welcome, Philippe. Ahla wa sahla. I hope you are safe. I hope your people are safe. And we are really worried about you guys. We want to hear what is happening, how bad is it, and how we can help. All yours, Philippe.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Hello, everyone. It's always a privilege to be here. I'm sorry I did not manage to attend the meetings in the last weeks. We had so much going on this side, as the doctor has just been saying. We have been supported by Doctors Against Genocide for a while now, and we are so thankful because we could operate some mobile clinics to support the people who have been victims of wars that have been in Congo since more than 3 decades now, since 1994. So these people were fleeing, and now they're back in their villages. So with the support of the partners and the Doctors Against Genocide, the team of volunteers from Goma could reach out to these people with a group of nurses, medical doctors, and public health professionals so that we can attend to them. These are people who cannot manage to see any health professional for months because they have no hospitals, they have nothing, and they have cases that could be as small as malaria or typhoid, and they could be as big as cases of rape and sexual abuse, and all these people need hope, they need support. So this is what we have been doing until a few weeks now, where we got a breakout of a new strain of Ebola. Because for those who follow the news, Congo had been victim of Ebola between 2018 and 2020, just a few months before the breakout of COVID-19, because it reached Congo in March 2020. And in the period of 3 years, we lost around 10,000 people in the whole DRC. And we thought the thing was over until these few weeks, where we had a new breakout of this strain of Ebola. This is a very deadly one because we have no vaccine. It had never been seen before, and the professionals are still working on it. So we got it in Goma just last week because it started in Congo from Ituri province. For those who know, Ituri province is in the north of Goma. So Goma is in the south, and the first cases were in Ituri. How did it happen? This is not so much in the medias, but since I work in a hospital in Goma, as I once said, I work with a medical institution called Centro Medical Afyayetu. So I sit in the meetings of the leaders of hospitals. So that is how we came to know this. This is a woman who was living in Ituri. So the husband got contaminated by this strain of Ebola, and they never knew it was Ebola. So they were trying just to treat the husband until when he died. And a point to be noticed is that this strain of Ebola cannot contaminate before the symptoms are seen. So it takes between 2 to 21 days for one to present symptoms after being exposed to the virus. So the husband could be sick and the woman was taking care of the husband until when he died. But by then, the woman did not have any symptoms. A few weeks after the death of the husband, she started presenting symptoms. These are like very high fever, around 40 degrees. And she had this unstoppable headache. And she thought, according to the testimony she gave, she thought that she could not be treated in the same province that treated her husband, but he did not heal. So she decided to move from Ituri to Goma so that she comes to a big hospital where she could be treated. But by then she had already symptoms, so she could contaminate people. And she used the road and she was in a taxi. So she traveled from Ituri to Goma. This is like 10 to 15 hours of road. By reaching Goma, she went to a family. This family had around 12 people. They welcomed her because they knew her and they were trying to help her until when she started now bleeding and all those things. That is when they took her now to a hospital. This is in Goma. So by the time she reached the hospital, they did all the laboratory checks and the blood checks, and they confirmed it was a case of Ebola. That is how she was put in quarantine. They took all the family members in quarantine. But the problem is where? Now the problem is that all the people who traveled with her in the same bus are exposed. They have been exposed to the virus because she was already presenting symptoms. But by the time she was taken to the hospital, we could not find those people because here we do not register the travelers when they're traveling. So we don't know who was with her and how we can get them. But remember, the symptoms will appear in 3 weeks. So right now, where those people are, they don't even know that they are sick. So they could work with people, they could contaminate people. And that is how critical the situation is right now in Goma. So what we would like to do as volunteers of LECTAC together, working with the Doctors Against Genocide, we want to do a community sensitization where we could teach people about Ebola, about all the consequences of this sickness. And with the funds that we get from the Doctors Against Genocide, we would like to work on the preventive measures because we know that this new strain of Ebola has no vaccine. We do not know how we can treat it. So for us to be able to help these people is to prevent the sickness. How will we do it? We will take like some hand washing products. We could work with these people to get hygiene materials. We could use the mobile clinics that we do so that we treat the cases and some symptoms that could already be there. That is what we want to do. We are working on a project And we believe with the continuous support that we get generously from the partners and the Doctors Against Genocide, this will be made possible. We believe that this Ebola can be stopped, but we cannot treat it. If you help us, we can strengthen all the health facilities, we can strengthen the health measures, the protective barriers, and all this can help this population. So that is how the situation is, but the medical clinics, the mobile clinics are still continuing, and we are still doing the work with your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. Thank you for this update. Philippe, can you still stay with us for a few more minutes, please? We have questions for you.
Yes, doctor, I'm here.
Yeah. Can you give us any estimate of how many cases are diagnosed so far?
Right now, most cases are still in Ituri. We have 159, according to the last update we had yesterday. But in Goma, we are taking all the people who are presenting symptoms, believing that they could have been exposed by the people who traveled with the first case. And right now, we have over 100 cases that are in quarantine.
And where do you put them in quarantine? Or what facilities do you have, or what? How can you help this community?
Now that we are under control of rebels, remember that Goma has been under control of rebels since 2 years, since January last year. So we are not connected to the capital city of Kinshasa. So we are trying to contain it by ourselves here with the hospitals that we have, with the health professionals that we have. Maybe I think you had seen the video that I made yesterday, that I made it from a hospital where I work. So we are trying to contain it by institution, but the government is not supporting that much.
So to your knowledge, in your area, there is about 100 people who have been exposed and they're under quarantine now.
Yeah, sure.
And for those people, how do you provide food or water or stuff? I mean, you just have to have full equipment, coverage and PPE, and go and provide for them, or what's the logistics of that?
Okay, already the people who are in quarantine cannot have access to any family members, so the hospital has to provide everything. For our nurses, we have to provide protective materials, they have to have those face masks and whatever, so that they cannot touch the people. But for the food and everything, we have to see how to deal with it ourselves. That is how we need the support, we need the help. Because of course, these people, maybe they cannot heal, but we can prevent the rest from getting contaminated.
Now, all these 100 people under quarantine, all of them are in the hospital now? Does the hospital have capacity for all of them?
Okay, it is not only in our hospital, because the first case was being treated from a hospital called Heal Africa. That is a bigger one, but they cannot contain all the people, because remember, they have also other cases, other patients. So we are distributing them according to how the cases come. But once we realize we have a case of Ebola, we immediately put them into quarantine.
Okay, yeah, that needs a lot of resources. Did you hear from like UN or international organizations, anyone coming in to provide any help? I mean, because this is actually bigger than just simple local resources. This is an international crisis, and I don't know if we have, yeah, we have all doctors here. They will have questions for you. Did you hear any intervention, any groups from the UN coming in to provide help, support, space to quarantine people, education for the community?
Yeah, right now they are not working that much. They are not helping because the borders that take Goma to Rwanda, that is the only way we were using currently, because since the rebels came in Goma, the airport is closed, so we have no access to any humanitarian support. Remember, even for the funds from Adija to reach us, they are using mobile money because the banks are also closed. So right now, since the breakout of Ebola, the Republic of Rwanda, the neighboring country, and Uganda also decided to close their borders. So there is no support we can get from a neighboring country. We have to work here by ourselves. That is why we are making a cry out. I can see the advocacy is being made by WHO. People are just talking, but we are not seeing any support on ground.
Do you have any information on Uganda, Philippe? Because I think the other country that's impacted by Ebola is also Uganda.
Yeah. In 2018 and 2019, as I said, the first breakout, it also reached Uganda. But this time, it did not reach. Right now, we are only in Congo. That is why they have closed their borders, I guess.
Okay.
They want to prevent their countries from having cases. So Congo, we have rebels, we have issues with wars. Now we have sicknesses that cannot be treated. We are doing what we can.
Yeah.
Anyone has questions for Philippe before he goes, please? I don't know how much time he has. Anyone has questions for Philippe?
Yeah, what is the supply of PPE? Like how much supply do you have? Any in reserve? What's happening with that?
The reserve that we had before the rebels took control of the country, we were being supported by the Ministry of Health. So the few stock that we had here is what we are still using. But for now, if we need something, we need to purchase it.
Is it available
Yeah,
in
we
the
need to
market?
purchase
So we can-
everything.
Is it available in the market so we can purchase it? Is it available in the local market? Because the
Yeah,
borders
in the
are
local
closed.
markets. Yeah, remember that the borders have been closed just last week, so there are still pharmacy and some stores that still have something. So that is how we are working. But I think even in Rwanda, even though the borders are closed, if we needed some medicines, they still can provide. They just want people, they don't want people to cross the borders so that they cannot contaminate their nationals.
How much does it cost for a full equipment, a full PPE gear for a health professional or for a family member or someone who was exposed or something like that? Do you have any idea or a guess?
Yeah, since I work with a hospital, I have an idea. Before the borders were closed, we were purchasing it at around $40 for a person to be completely safe. But now we have numbers of nurses, numbers of medical doctors, and currently, since the borders are closed, I think the prices will go a little bit high. Yeah.
So about $40, $50, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need support from our supporters, from our people here, and inshallah we'll contact Hadija and to try to facilitate for more funds to go your way to at least provide for the healthcare workers, the professionals who are dealing with this outbreak, and to have some space, create more space to quarantine the exposed people. Any other questions for Philippe, please?
Philippe, so this is Dr. Rayan here, I'm a cardiologist in the UK. I wanted to ask what your thoughts are on, so Paul Farmer wrote some stuff about Ebola not long before he died, actually. And one of the papers that he wrote was about how his thought was that a lot of the mortality rate from Ebola, which of course is unusually high for microbes, that he thought that a lot of that may have been driven by malnutrition, because so many of the areas afflicted by Ebola tended to be heavily afflicted by malnutrition as well. So I want to know what your thoughts were on the importance of. I know it's never satisfactory with the temporary food aid and ensuring access to nutritious food.
Yeah, the cases of malnutrition have been there. We have been working with the doctors to support the children. Generally, with the issues of food, since the people left the displaced camps going back to their villages, they couldn't have access to food. So we could have children under 10 years who were very, very severely affected. But we are trying to provide some nutritious milk for them. With the support of doctors, we have some videos that we give as report, and currently we are making what we call a progress monitoring project, where we want to monitor how these children are progressing. We have very, very great answers of improvement, where we could see children who are almost dying, who are taken back to life. So with this breakout again, with the borders that are closed, people don't have access to food, I think the situation will become more worse, but still we will continue as health professionals to provide as much as we can. So we'll be extending the hand of support that we get from partners to these people, because their lives count and matter.
Well, that's amazing work, brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? So I'll ask a few more questions, Philippe, if you don't mind. We know that the mortality rate is very high for this illness, and we can read multiple resources about this. From your own experience, what do you think is the mortality rate for people who are exposed and develop signs and symptoms? First of all, what's the percentage of those exposed do develop the disease? And from those who develop the disease, what is the estimated or approximate mortality rate based on your own experience from your own hospital, not just the numbers that we read in the news?
I beg your pardon, doctor. Are you talking about a specific disease or only this case of Ebola?
I'm talking about Ebola. Yeah, this outbreak, this particular outbreak. Yeah.
Yeah, this Ebola, taken from my experience, since we had this first case, the woman had been there since almost 7 days now, and she's not yet dead, by the way. She had not yet died. So there is a way we can contain the virus. We don't have any cure, so we are sure it can't heal by now because there is no vaccine, there is no treatment, but we are doing what we call in medicine symptomatic treatment. So we are treating only the symptoms. So if there is a high fever, we attack the high fever. If there is a problem of headache, we attack the headache. But now the metabolism of the body and the protection, whatever she has, the immunity system is getting weaker. So the more it gets weak, the more the body becomes very, very vulnerable. So I think that is what will be killing. But since we have no cure, we will say that the fatality rate will be 100%. People will end up with everyone who present the symptom, they will end up dying, but we can still give them some few days treating the symptoms and preventing the people who are not yet sick to get sick.
Is it 100% the mortality rate? So, I mean, there is no hope?
Yeah, the WHO is trying to work on a vaccine. The old strain of Ebola that was here in 2018, it has a vaccine because even my people, like my team, my nurses, got vaccinated in 2018. But this one, they are saying they have no vaccine. So there is no way. We are just trying to treat the symptoms, hoping that people can heal. But the woman, the first case that we got in Goma, she's still alive, she's talking, she's eating, she's speaking, but she's getting weaker. She's getting weaker. We believe that with the support and the hope that we are getting, also the professionals working on a complete treatment, it can get better.
Inshallah, inshallah. And
Yeah.
what would do people end up dying of? I mean, eventually, what does it do? Like sepsis, multi-organ failure? Do you know, or?
I beg your pardon, doctor? The voice is too low.
Yeah, what do people end up dying of? I mean, when they have the Ebola, is it like they end up going into a septic shock, multi-system organ failure, pneumonia? What's the main end disease?
I think according to the cases, these are organ failures because, with a high fever that could go beyond 40 degrees, then even though we try to treat, remember that the protection body, the measures of protection of the body will continue being weak. The immunity system will be weak, and we'll have opportunity pathologies that will enter. They will get space because of the weak immunity system. So anything can enter. It's like HIV. When someone has it, anything else can enter because of it. And so once the person is dead, we will not even be clear about what killed the person. But the entrance point was Ebola.
Yeah, I mean, this is really very painful, very hard to even digest. I want everyone to be reminded, like, remember the days of COVID when it first came to the whole world, for all of us not knowing the illness, not knowing the disease, not having any treatment or vaccine for it. But at that time, even at that time, we knew that there is at least a good percentage of people who are going to make it and recover. So imagine yourself wherever you are, whether you are here in the United States or in the West or anywhere else in the world, that you are facing this kind of contagion that is almost 100% lethal, and you are living on all these circumstances of crowded people, already malnourished, already, prone to the worst outcomes. Imagine yourself and try to put yourself in Philippe's shoes, a worker, a healthcare worker in the hospital, and having to deal with this. I myself and many of us, when COVID came, felt kind of overwhelmed and already gave up, despite being living in the United States, having the most resourceful hospitals, country, economy. We were all almost pushed to the brink in a matter of a week or 10 days. We could not even find water or tissues to buy in the stores. So imagine yourself, you are in Congo and having to face this, that it seems to be 100 times worse than what COVID is. I mean, the only good news is that because Ebola is very lethal, it's a stupid virus, so it does not transmit as well. It's hard for this virus to transmit to public unless there is an immediate contact. But it's still very, very overwhelming. So we really pray for you, Philippe. We pray for your people, for your colleagues, for the community there. And we want everyone, please do everything you can to help support them, at least provide for the hospitals, for the protective equipment, for the healthcare workers, and for those people. I mean, even if the mortality rate is 100%, still watching them dying in front of our eyes is by itself very painful and heartbreaking. And at least they need to be provided with the basics, as Philippe said, food, water, treat their symptoms, let them die in peace and dignity rather than being isolated and left alone. And this requires a lot of resources. So this is a call not just for our supporters here, not for our colleagues. This is a call for the whole world, for the international community to please to step in. This is a huge task. This is a huge burden on any single community to bear alone on themselves, especially a community that has been undergoing genocide for decades. Anything else you want to share, Philippe, or anyone else who wants have any questions for Philippe?
Yeah, finishing, I would say again, thank you so much for raising awareness about this. As I was saying, international organizations, they are just speaking, they are not helping that much, but we believe with the support that you're giving, things will be better. Remember, these people, even if the mortality rate could be 100%, they are not dying immediately. So we need to take care of them. They are human beings. Until the last minute, we need to be there to stand by them. And that is what we are doing, but we can continue doing it only if you keep on supporting us. So thanks to all partners, thanks to all donors, and we believe we'll continue working together. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Philippe. Stay safe. And I remember I watched a video from Hadija. She posted it yesterday, that the international community is not innocent from this. They played a huge role in this epidemic and the spread of this epidemic. And there is this company, EcoApp or something. I have to go and read Khadija's post. They destroy the forest. They destroy the normal habitat of those people in Congo, and the destruction of forest, destruction of habitat has been known and proven to be one reason to spread this illness further. So the international community is already guilty of this and guilty of many other things, and this puts more responsibility on them to intervene, to help, at least provide what they can. I don't know, Khadija, if you are there just to mention, just to share this. If not, I'm going to try to look up your post yesterday about.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Khadija.
Hello.
What
Yes.
is this? Ecola or Epola? What's the name of that corporation?
So the problem was the Total Energies, the energy giant. So what Total did in this particular region is that there's a serious campaign of deforestation because they want to build the longest crude oil pipeline, heated crude oil pipeline from this area, which is extremely oil rich. And so that's a corporation that is, destroying the natural habitat of the fruit bats, which are the reservoirs of the disease, the virus. But the bats are not sick, but when they get into contact, when they don't have a habitat anymore in the forest that has been destroyed, and then they come into contact with human beings, then the disease spreads. So it is corporate impunity. So ECOP stands for East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is the name of the project. And Stop ECOP is the NGO which is fighting, to raise awareness. They've been speaking out against it for a while now. This project has been underway for several years. But that's scientists. I posted another video today talking about how scientists have been connecting for years the fact that deforestation in Africa is directly linked to the spread of the Ebola virus. Because when you destroy the environment within which the natural reservoirs of this virus live, who are the fruit bats, and then the fruit bats come in contact with the populations who live in these areas. And then you have this kind of pestilence that is very hard to contain, and is, as Philippe has so eloquently put, the international community needs to do a lot more. Yeah.
So these weird illnesses are not coming out of Africa due to the fault of the African people.
No.
It is mostly due to the Western intervention and the exploitation of Africa that is destroying the natural habitat.
Yes.
That usually works as a safeguard against these kind of viruses and illnesses and diseases. So again, the main responsibility still lies with the West and their exploitation campaigns that's been exploiting Africa and the rest of the world for decades and for centuries is a major reason for what is happening. And the fact that the people there also don't have the resources and they have been living on the brink for a long time does not help either. So even if the West is not guilty, even if it has nothing to do with this, as an international community, we still need to help each other because any epidemic, any virus, any outbreak, anywhere else in the world is a risk to all of us. All human lives are equal. All human lives should be respected, treated the same. We should empathize with each other. We should help each other because you never know who's next and where is the next epidemic going to be. But on top of that, unfortunately, they have been playing a major role on why these things do happen in Africa or anywhere that is being impoverished because of our exploitation and intervention. Yeah. So thank you, Khadija, for bringing this up too. Any questions? Okay, so thank you, Philip. Stay safe. Thank you, Khadija.
Thank you,
Let's stay in touch. Let's
Thank
see
you,
what
doctors.
else we can do to help.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Monder, since you are here, let's go to Monder. Monder, I mean, again, guys, we are living into genocide, so please, we apologize. It's a technical problem here and there. If sometimes our comments were a little bit rough here and there, it's just hard. None of this is normal. None of this should be our life. None of this is enjoyable. None of this is happy. But you can see that even in our webinar, we have moments of happiness and joy and smiling and singing. We have moments of people dying, people in quarantine. We have moments where we see hospitals being, destroyed. We see moments where small clinics are being rebuilt, and also we see moments where the whole farmland of Gaza has been destroyed. Then someone like
We're gonna
Monder
make it
and
green again.
yes, and something like Monder and his brothers and his nephews are trying to rebuild it and make it green again. So it's okay. We can enjoy a happy moment with Monder. So Monder is trying to make Gaza green again. Tell us, what are you doing, Monder?
والله خلاص يعطيكم ألف عافية.
You want to tell us about the project that
It
you're
was
working on?
like today. لا خلاص, we can share the video. After that, we can, if there is anyone who want to comment. Actually, I was planning to come early, but No worries. I give a chance to the
Since you
people
are better,
to.
since you are better than me in the computer, can you share the video yourself? Use your skills, or
I'm not.
you always
I'm not
need to ask
good in
Maisa?
this web. This web.
Maisa,
This.
I can share it. I can share.
Maisa, خلاص.
Did you send it to
This is the
me?
video.
في
Yes,
في
it's in the
good
group. It's
quality
in the
one.
group. Yeah.
Maybe I
In
can
the group
send the good quality one. I can send you again.
Okay, hold on.
It's there in the group with Mansour. Yeah, send it again in the group, please.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. No, I got it. I got it. Wow, the
Yeah,
pictures are incredible too. Honestly, like wow.
Yeah,
Let's
you can
it.
share the
Let's
last
share it.
one. The last one.
We again, it's like a roller coaster. We feel up, down, up, down. So that's living through the genocide. So please.
يلا
نضرب ربيع خرفان
I wish we only have all good news to share, but we have to take the good and the bad and fix it, inshallah.
هلا تحكوا لي كيوكمبر و
خيار بدنا خيار. This is Mansour
خيار
and the farm. Look, mashallah, already grown.
Why is this
Wow.
not playing the video? Is this a video? No, wait, it's a picture.
لا في الآخر واحدة.
Let's go through the pictures first. That's fine.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going too fast. I'm confusing people. One moment. Starting from, is this one?
This is a video.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one.
Come on.
Yalla, go ahead. Enjoy watching. Malo.
Local product for our local people. Thank you so much.
يا زارعين الحنة عنو أحجار الدار عشق العبد للجنة عنو أهل
Cucumber, local product.
غني لحب الوطن عن حبه لا منتوب يشهد علينا الزمان مدد احنا الأصل
Best quality. Eggplant. ما شاء الله.
ولا بين ولد انت فلسطيني جبار إلنا الأرض والدار حصدنا زرعنا صغار طرز على الزنار انت فلسطين.
Oops, خلصت.
لا لساته ما خلص.
Okay, hold on a second.
Can you do it full screen, please? It's really enjoyable.
I'm gonna
Watch
do
the whole
something.
thing.
One moment.
Please, Allah khair. Take your time. It's okay. I think Martha is asking for a full screen, and she wants to.
And this is an invitation to everyone to come to our farm and get fresh vegetables. We have cucumber.
How much
No, just for free. Just
For
for free. For free. Anyone comes from Doctors Against Genocide, he will get cup of tea with men for free and cucumber and eggplant.
We agreed that Doctors Against Genocide and their supporters are going to pay and fund this project, but the ones who are going to get it for free are the people from Gaza.
Is this
That was the
okay,
deal,
guys?
Monday.
No worries. We can repeat
It's
it
better
again.
now. Yeah, it's better
Actually,
now.
I'm the one who. Yeah.
أحسن هلا يلا تفضلي.
بسم الله. Make it bigger. Make it bigger.
Can't be bigger.
Full screen.
Local product for our local people. Thank you so much.
يا زارعين الحنة عنو أحجار الدار عشق العبد للجنة عنو أهل
Cucumber, local product.
غني لحب الوطن عن حبه لا منتوب يشهد علينا الزمان مدد احنا الأصل
Best quality. Eggplant. ما شاء الله.
ولا بين ولد انت فلسطيني جبار إلنا الأرض والدار حصدنا زرعنا صغار طرز على الزنار انت فلسطيني مدد احنا الأصل للأبد صلب الأرض كالودد مثلك ولا بين ولد انت فلسطيني جبار إلنا الأرض والدار حصدنا زرعنا صغار طرز على الزنار انت فلسطيني
Eggplant and cucumber. harvest. Thank you so much, Doctors Against Genocide, for supporting our farmers here in Gaza to make this project done. We really appreciate your support. We are using very traditional way for fertilizing the farm. Very traditional way.
احنا الاصل جبار مثلك ولا بينولد وفيتي عكتفي عن اصل تحكي نظرة بتكفي بتعرف مين انا ارض تلاقيني مفتاحي بيميني عيونها ترويني عتب ومجنى وفيتي عكتفي عن اصل تحكي نظرة بتكفي بتعرف مين انا ارض تلاقيني مفتاحي بيميني عيونها ترويني عتب ومجنى دندن يعود نغمة وجودي أول عهودي.
Thank you so much, Doctors Against Genocide, and see you in the next project.
يعطيكم العافية.
Wow.
Yeah, you're incredible.
Amazing, man.
Incredible.
You did all of this in about a month or 6 weeks, yeah?
Yeah, it's growing very fast, actually.
First of all, Munder, my accent is bad. Yours is much better than mine, but it's called
Oh, really?
eggplant.
والله العظيم بالعمل كيوكمبر.
تطحناش اللي بيحكوا في
فضحتونا طب ما هو كيف بدنا نعمل كومنت يا زلمه؟ كيف بدنا نعمل كومنت؟
eggplant
and cucumber. بس
احنا
احنا planet كلها خلاص.
The promise is everything coming from this farm is going to be given to people for free. DAG is going to cover every cost, everything, and everyone from now and forever, inshallah, everyone will get it for free.
Inshallah.
Promise?
Promise.
Say it, say it in front of everyone, yes. And it's fresh.
And fresh, yeah.
And it's better
Today
than
it was the first day.
It's better than the word that the World Food Kitchen is bringing to Gaza, because they are only bringing you the cheap and the low quality food. They want everyone to get fat from the carbs, but no healthy food.
Yeah.
So what
we have the best quality ever.
We
can plant our land. Yeah.
Exactly. We do it ourselves.
We do it ourselves. Yeah.
Munder,
and we are using traditional way.
What is the traditional fertilizer? What is that?
Okay, so this is the point actually. Today, my brother, he bought 1 ton of beans. عدس ترجمي لي انت هيك. هلا العدس in Gaza احنا غزة الله وكيلك يعني كل المخ حيضرب. هلا احنا اشترينا في المجاعة during the starvation stage اشترينا 1 kilo of beans for around 40 US dollar.
lentil.
ايوه العدس lentil. هلا اللينتل احنا عشان في chicken, we have a chicken, we have meat, frozen one, so people they're gonna throw it away. So we buy this, the expired one that come with the humanitarian aid, that's for free, just distributing for free. So we bought 1 ton for only around $400 US, and we want to, that's creative idea actually. We want to make it as a fertilizer, so that will be a good for بدنا نخمره، ما بعرف معناها بالعربي. بنجيب ايوه بنخمره وبنحط له للمنتج.
Because we fertilizer.
Yeah, as a fertilizer, because we don't have any chicken. We don't have any chicken farms. We don't have any cows farms. We don't. Israel not allowing any fertilizing, chemical fertilizing coming to Gaza. So we use our own by traditional way. Yeah. So today,
the whole idea of recycling.
Whose idea?
Our idea. This is our idea. Wow. You know, if you ask me if we have a fish, sardine, we do the same thing. ما راح يطعم ما تقلق.
No, I think fish fertilizer actually is here too. For like
so we use lentil beans, and for very cheap price. ولا يهمك سكر الباقي. So that's how our traditional way to use it as a fertilizer, and
So
it's a protein, and people don't like it.
Yeah.
Don't eat it.
I'm gonna share the pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, let's share the pictures one by one, please. Let's enjoy all the pictures. We have. I need a
هذا
psychiatrist.
الملوخية ما عرفتهاش بالانجليزي.
Is there any psychiatrist here still online? ملوخية.
This I thought it was mint, but it is ملوخية.
ملوخية.
Wow.
Just, still young.
Yeah, still young.
Beautiful.
ما عرفنا نترجمها صراحة.
Egg planet or eggplant?
Eggplant. بس أنا بالعمدة حكيتها eggplant. وبالعمدة حكيتها cucumber. أنا ما فيش مشكلة.
واللي مش عاجبه يشرب بحر غزي. If Trump does not like your accent, he can go and drink from Gaza Sea.
Is this كوسة?
Yes.
Wow.
كوسة بالعربي بالإنجليزي قصدي.
زكوري أو حاجة زي هيك. زكوري.
Zucchini.
Zucchini.
This is
Yeah.
Gazan type of zucchini. Yeah.
We have tomato also.
Wow. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful. 6 weeks, guys. 6 weeks. Ready.
شوفوا الدمار اللي ورانا هذا. صراحة في بيكشر إنه جنبنا بالضبط كان في سيارات إسعاف مدمرة. أخذت الصورة ما بعرف ما وصلت.
Is it part of this group of pictures? No, this is it.
This is the video.
Yeah. But I thought it was the same video, right? We just played it.
Karama, Karama, did you watch the video? راح عليك يا كرامة. وين كرامة? Is she with us?
I don't know. Well, she has it though. We have it in the group.
Oh, she came in and out. Okay, good.
Well, you always uplift us. We need it. We need Munzir in our life.
Thank you so much.
We need all in our life.
Fantastic.
Thank you
so
much.
How often do you go and harvest? How often do you go and harvest now? Every 2-3 days, or you harvest every day? Or how does that work?
Every day, almost every day. So today was the first day.
Can you make a Ghazawi salad for us? I mean, since you already have all the products now.
Yeah, we can make salad. Eggplant salad.
No, I mean you have cucumber. Where is Bandura? I did not see the
البندورة لسه مش حاملة كتير. ما دخلناهاش في بس الحمد لله يعني مساحة كبيرة صارت now. Big farm is like around 10 dunams.
10 dunams, so 2.5 acres. So he managed in the last 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks to get about 2.5 acres ready for this. And they're working on the projects. They do have 2 water wells now working. Birain.
Yeah, two water wells.
2 water wells. And the water wells. Yes, to get the water.
Actually, we really need your support in supporting us more during the summer time. We're going to use more electricity to get extra hours, because during the winter time we don't need a lot of hours to get water. But during the summertime, as you know, in Gaza, summertime is very strong. So we need to get more extra hours of getting water to irrigate the plants. So that is our hope, that you can provide us more and more. And as I mentioned, we are welcoming anyone to come and visit the farm and get fresh vegetables, get cucumber, eggplants, and ملوخية in upcoming days. We have around 2 dunams ملوخية, and they can enjoy the moment. And we are in.
Do you have solar panels? And is there a possibility to install solar panels, or are they not?
There is possibility, but it is very expensive. We really can't afford it.
Israel is not allowing them in. That's why the it's very, very expensive. We tried with him, and we tried with Abu Hamzi for the medical point. Usually whatever used to cost like $2,000, now it's like $30,000 for the smallest piece. So it's very, very cost prohibitive to do it. Although usually, if they allow it in, they are usually very cheap and very cost effective. They allowed them in for 2-3 weeks. Right after the ceasefire, they allowed a few of them. Then they stopped when they thought that, when they realized that people can do a lot with them, so they stopped them by design. Yeah.
So we're using generator, using oil, cooking oil,
Cooking oil.
and we mix it with petrol. So 1 liter of petrol and 3 liters of cooking oil, and that will reduce the cost. So yeah, even it's reducing the cost, but still we have to pay a lot of money for the water. That is actually, with your support, they change a lot of things, and they can make the farm green. And without your support, they will stop working. They really will stop working because they can't afford to cover the expenses of the water expenses.
So the water wells are there. We were able to rehabilitate 2 of them, but still, to get the water out of the well, you still need the generator to do that. We could have done it with a solar panel if they allowed them, but now we have to pay for the oil. They mix it with other stuff, but it's still expensive. It costs a lot of money to run this every day, and that's the only thing for these plants to to produce enough products. We have to irrigate them every day. But with your support, inshallah, we will keep going. We will keep supporting you, Monder. You have to promise us to take some of the produce that you have to Dr. Ahmed Al-Farra and Dr. Muhammad Salim at Nasser Hospital, and for all of you to make salad in front of all of us. And تحشي باذنجان. بتعرف تحشي باذنجان ولا لا؟ ما بتعرف؟
الله وكيلك، نحشي باذنجان وكوسه. هيا
باذنجان وكوسه. يا عملوا طبخه هيك مره، خذهم على المستشفى، هنحضركم مع بعض تعملوا طبخه من الفارم. اوكي؟
ولا يهمك. We're ready for that.
We will have someone come and visit you. Dr. Ahmed, are you still with us? Dr. Ahmed, are you still with us?
أنا اللي معاك يا بيه.
اهلا يا بيه، اهلا نورت. اسمع،
خلاص تعال على بيت لاهيا.
شفت البندوره والخيار والباذنجان ببيت لاهيا؟
والله أنا شفت الفيديو بصراحة، يعني I was very surprised that this ability and this willing، يعني إرادة وتحدي challenging، يعني بصراحة إشي سوبر، يعني فوق الخيال. Supra imagination. I can't imagine that this happening in Gaza. To Nidal, I want to mention
Gaza makes miracles every day.
Yes.
Believe.
I want to mention that all the agriculture and all the animals, all the goats, all the camels, all were completely destroyed in this war. And even we are talking now about something happening in Gaza. You know, the famine, and the famine is continued nearly 6 months, okay? After that, the occupational forces started to allow for sugar to get inside Gaza, okay? This make a lot of people try to get Kit Kat, Snickers, sugar, Indomie, and there is, I think that this was programmed. What happened for a lot of people in Gaza, that they took a lot of sugar instead of protein, and all of them, they got some obesity, okay? And what happened for them is a thrifty phenotype. What is a thrifty phenotype? This is a type of obesity that it will not be subsided. What is the cause? You know, the body is make some adaptation after famine. If you give it sugar, more sugar and sugar, he will store this sugar and he will not consume it anyway, because this is a thrifty adaptation of the body. So again, we have to come back to vegetables, to fruits, to meat if it is available. You know, up till now, there is no fresh meat in Gaza, no fresh fish, no fresh chicken. So I really appreciate that what our colleague did in Beit Lahia, and this is
And
amazing.
you are invited to visit us in Beit Lahia and
Wallahi,
try our
it
product.
is a big honor. It
You
is
have
a
two
big
choices.
honor
Either
for
you go
me.
to Beit Lahia to grab this yourself, or we
أهلا
can have
وسهلا.
one beer and the group
Welcome.
bring it to you. Which one do you want? I know you're busy. Maybe
خلاص بجي ما فيش عنده مشكلة.
الله يخليك عشان أبو مهيب. Special treatment.
والله احنا we are very proud about our colleagues and what they did. This is amazing. Again, they are supporting the Palestinian people by any way that they can, and this is appreciated anyway. Dr. Nidal, I want to ask about our colleague, Dr. Ashraf Abulaziz. We didn't hear anything about him since a long time.
Ashraf is doing good. He's been busy because his mother is sick. She's been sick in the hospital in and out in the last few weeks. Allah يعطيه العافية مسكين. He's been trying his best traveling from the US to Canada to be with her in the hospital. That's why he's been very busy. But inshallah she will be okay. Inshallah she will feel better and he will be with us. So he does check back with us, but again, he's been very busy between the work at the hospital, his shifts, and between having to go to Canada to be with his elderly sick mother. But
Wallahi,
he's in
inshallah,
our
we
thoughts,
will.
and please pray for Dr. Ashraf, pray for his mother, pray for the people in Gaza, pray for the people in Congo, the Sudan, pray for all those who are suffering.
We will
Our
pray to
ancestors.
him, inshallah, في 10 ذو الحجة, and because
عيد
days are yes, these days are the prayer is inshallah accepted by our God. Inshallah, hope
طلع
for
الشيخ
hope
هلا
that
قلبنا على الشيخ هلا قلب صار الشيخ دكتور احمد الفرة مش الدكتور هلا قلبنا على المدرسة حط العمام ناقصك عمام وين العمام يا هلا
خلاص.
ارجع على بر يا اخي انت شيخ ولا دكتور
وبعدين معك يا دكتور رضا ضحك
خلينا
الداني
نضحك
علينا
خلينا نضحك خلينا الدنيا ايش
ضحك الداني علينا
ايش بفقع خلينا نضحك بهمش يلا تفضل كمل الخطبة الجمعة تبعتك يا دكتور احمد
طب حبيبي انا بدي اقول للدكتور باسم هيو جنبي الدكتور باسم طبعا يعني هو اليوم عشان صار صعب انه يروح حيبيت معنا في المستشفى. انا فوجئت ان هم عائله كلها اطباء يعني his sister is graduated from Islamia from the Islamic University last year. This year even she was in the celebration that you covered by with عز النون
سمير
ما شاء الله
Samir, yes.
Basil, bring her next week. Maybe we can talk to her too. أنت وياها احكي دكتورة.
خلي الدكاترة يجوا. They have 5 doctors, Dr. Nidal.
ما شاء الله 5 doctors.
Yeah. My older sister, she's a dentist. My sister and my brother finished last year. And me and my twins, we are in the 5th year at Gaza University.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. That's a congenital. That's inherited thing. You all went to medicine, huh? Why do you love medicine? Why do you love medicine this much? Why do you love medicine this much, Basil?
What?
Why do you love medicine this much? The whole family. What's the problem?
It's generic يعني.
خلاص ما هو
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. We're proud of you.
احنا farmers against genocide.
Guys, Dr. Suyang from UK, she has a question for you. So before we lose her, Dr. Suyang, you have Dr. Ahmed, you have Dr. Basil, you have Dr. Munder. What's your question, please?
Oh, for Dr. Ahmed, did you get my book?
Dr. Ashraf told, yes, Dr. Ashraf told me that he sent the book for me. but
Yes, you can get.
yes, inshallah, in the vacation of Eid, I'll read it because you know.
No, you don't have to read. I just want to make sure you got it. That's all.
Yes, I got it. I got it, inshallah,
Alhamdulillah.
and
Okay.
I prepare my time, inshallah, at the Eid vacation to read it because it's the only time which is available for me and among the year. You know, student
No.
and administration and hospital and a lot of things.
I know.
Dr. Sweet, I want to tell you that Dr. Bassem is very surprised and very proud of you. I told him that Dr. Sui was in Sabra and Chatilla, and she's supporting us, and she write a book about from Beirut to Jerusalem, and he's very surprised and he's happy. He's very happy to talk with you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Are proud of you, Doctor, and Dr. Sri. That's very touching, and we appreciate that and everything you do. You did for us, and you still do.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yiping, you've been quiet, Yiping. Where is the love, Yiping? Where is the love? Actually, guys, Yiping is the most and the best guy I met around the community with social media, with Twitter, with Instagram and all these things. And he also has the best and the most authentic and genuine heart. He is the guy with the love. We will win with love. Tfadal Yiping, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Jabour. Um, I This has been a really uplifting webinar for me, despite, hearing like updates, for example, from our colleagues in Congo. I think just the music, the sharing of song was really, really beautiful at the beginning. And I also really appreciated when the video updates of Mansour's work with the
Thank
music.
you.
And I saw you nodding along to the music. It was just
I am the
really,
one that choose the music, actually. I did the
oh, makes
editing.
sense. Yeah, it seemed like you were definitely a fan of the music.
Yeah, it's matching. A traditional one. I hope you will like the song.
كناش نعرف انك
Yeah.
عندك حس فني كمان يا منذر فكرناك بس شاطر
Yeah.
طبيب في الاكل
But I think it was such a wonderful reminder of how important like music, art, culture is to a social political movement for liberation. And that it goes hand in hand. It's a form of resistance, it's a form of existence, and it also cultivates joy and happiness, which is also part of like rebuilding and part of moving towards
That's
liberation.
right.
Um and is rooted in love, right? Love for others, love for each other, love for humanity, for life, for dignity, and to kind of share these um things with one another in a space that, although we're separated now, like on other sides of the planet, to be connected in this way, to hear updates from Gaza, but then to also to share music, to share song. It's this is uplifting. This is fuel for us to keep going. And that fuel is love, as Dr. Jabour alluded to. I think this is the sustaining kind of fuel that will help us continue this long struggle ahead for liberation for Palestinians, but for all people experiencing genocide around the world.
Thank you. Thank you, Yiping. Guys, we need a campaign and a petition from all of you to Dr. Yiping, asking him and demanding that Dr. Yiping help Dag more with the social media and with all the skills that he has. So whenever you want to tweet something, please, you can do it for you, for yourself, and for Dag.
Wow.
Thank you, Yiping. Thank you. Always
Thank
great to hear you and see you and be in the same space with you. What are you laughing at, Maribeth? You want to have something to say? Yalla,
No,
your
just
turn.
that you're like where I thought you were going with that
We're,
was
we're
Dr.
recruiting, we're
Yiping.
recruiting people, we're recruiting skills. Whenever you see something good, you want to have it. You want to have a piece
Yes,
of it.
I know. I thought you were going to tell him to move to the United States and become a doctor here.
No,
That's where I thought you were going with
no.
that, not just
Actually,
Twitter.
no. Because we might be moving to Canada, all of us soon. So, I mean, it's already there.
You should come to Gaza, guys. You can help me in the farm.
That's right. We all go to Gaza and plant
Strawberry.
strawberries, tomatoes. Yeah, fantastic.
Dr. Jabour, you make me chuckle about this social media thing because when I started medical school here in Ottawa 10 years ago, I moved to Ottawa 10 years ago, started med school then, 10 years this year. When I think one of the first things that I learned in medical school, and I had social media before med school, they said, use social media to talk about the health issues that your patients and communities face. Use it to help, advance health advocacy. And that was 10 years ago. And as some people know, like the university suspended me because they didn't like my social media as it related to Palestine, the Palestine exception. And it's just there's so much irony in how these institutions operate. And recently, a medical student at the University of Ottawa, a first-year medical student, they were told explicitly, don't use social media to talk about Israel-Palestine. Like it was so explicit in their professionalism kind of course. And and I don't know if they revised other parts of their curriculum where they tell students to use social media. And so I think it was partly because I was exposed to this kind of medical education of it's important to advocate for your patients, for your community, for the things that you're seeing in the clinic, in the hospital, and to put it on social media in a way that obviously respects patient confidentiality, but brings attention to the root causes of disease and illness. And in the context of Palestine, that's Zionist settler colonialism. But there's an exception to that in Canada, where confronting that reality really puts a mirror up to institutions around their complicity, which they're not ready to face. And so even like a watermelon pin gets colleagues in medicine in Canada uncomfortable, and they'll say they're unsafe. But it's interesting that the skill of social media and how we engage with it as physicians is an important one, and is one that ironically here in Canada there's these double standards around Palestine as well.
Are you ready to teach that course? Social media.
I'll register.
The University of Ottawa, the medical school, when they unsuspended me, they approached me to say, oh, maybe you want to help us work on our social media policy because we have residents and students that are worried and afraid. I'm like, oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because you're enacting acts of anti-Palestinian racism. And then I said, okay, put it in writing, reach out to me. They never reached out to me. Yeah, I think like we need to have these conversations. We need to have this training. And I think students and learners, residents, even staff physicians are still very much confused around what can we say, what can't we say. But that's the power of the institution, is to create this situation of vagueness to be able to instill fear.
So you got yourself a position. Now, joking aside, this is official. It's not announced yet, but there is something coming up called Doctors Against Genocide Fellowship in Medicine. And that fellowship is going to be to teach healthcare workers, medical students, doctors, how to use the tools, to be trained on the tools, whether it's social media, advocacy, forensic medicine, international law. There is going to be a very solid, comprehensive official fellowship called Doctors Against Genocide Fellowship in Medicine, that hopefully one day we want every doctor, everywhere else, every nurse, every paramedic in the world to go through this fellowship. We are waiting to announce this officially because it's being developed none other than in Gaza. It is the Gaza doctors who are working to putting this curriculum together. And one of that curriculum, one of these is using the skills of social media, the tools of advocacy. How do you communicate with people? How you communicate with elected officials? How you communicate with politicians, with the institutions? All of this is something we need to learn in medical schools if we want to help our patients and our people the best way. Because the best way to save your people is to be their best advocate and to learn the rules, to learn what is right, what is wrong, what is the international law, what is the Geneva Convention, where we draw the line. Unfortunately, none of us have this training in medical schools, or if we had it, it was very maybe superficial. None of us had the training about how to use the social media the way that some people like Dr. Yiping do. And I think it's a skill that you need to have as a doctor, as a healthcare worker, if you want to be more effective. So wait for this to be announced officially, but it is coming soon. And we are just waiting on final comprehensive curriculum coming out of, again, from Gaza. As usual, we center the victims, their experience, and what they think is need to be done, inshallah. Dania, welcome back. تفضلي دانيا, what do you have to say? Any reflections on the day?
No, we were just laughing at you because we always feel like at the end of the webinar, you always have to like drop some like hot off the press secret. So we were just laughing at you.
No,
but,
I mean, Yiping reminded me,
on the trot.
because we were looking for someone to teach that particular piece, the social media, and oh my God, he's here with us.
I know. I think he'd be perfect. I think he'd be perfect. Good to see you, Yiping. But reflections on today, it was such an emotional roller coaster, as it always is. And I don't think Mundir, you still are on the call. You're such a movie star. It's always fun, watching you uplift all of our spirits and put us
Thank you so much.
You put us in a better mood, especially after today's. That's just my reflection. It was an emotional roller coaster, and it's good to be with you all.
Actually, I need a psychiatrist today because it's been too much today, up and down, and it's just.
I know.
You don't know.
I know.
I
I
mean,
feel a little shaky too, but.
Yeah, it's like what they call it, sweet and sour. It's like sweet. Okay, yeah, I love what you're doing, but oh, it's hurting me too to hear it.
I know we have to figure out. Like, do we put all the sour in the beginning and then end on or we have to figure out placement of when everybody comes on, because I feel like today was just very.
Yeah. And at least you're a psychologist and you know how to deal with it. I myself, I'm just a regular plain medical geriatric
I
doctor.
don't know how to deal with
So
it. You're
I
wrong.
need to call the real psychiatrist. Dr. Karam Janjua is here, the real psychiatrist. Please treat me, Dr. Karam. It's all yours. What do you have to say?
Just a clarification, it's neuropsychiatrist, not psychiatrist, not general psychiatrist.
That's
just
even more complicated. That's even deeper. Yeah, that's even deeper. Yeah, go ahead.
For very, I'm sure Dr. Swiyang understands why I have to put that out there for very obvious reasons.
I got it, Khurram.
I don't get it. Tell me why.
Did that go over your head?
That's a longer conversation. Reflections. What reflections do I have? So my wife cut her finger with a kitchen knife, so I was literally putting gauze on there right now, and my son has a toothache. So Muntar, thank you for your video because you were making him laugh. Even though he
thank you so much.
high fever. Yeah, even though he has a very high fever right now, so it's just kind of taking care of both of them right now. But aside from that, definitely, as always, it's an emotional roller coaster. But I feel like at the end of these calls, alhamdulillah, thankfully, all of you are so incredibly amazing. I feel like sometimes we don't even need to say anything to each other, just being in the presence of each other. And I'm looking at Yiping's face right now, and I get an overwhelming sense of joy anytime I see him, Beth, Dr. Swiyang, Munter, Mesa especially, and Nadal, of course. And I do want to say, I don't think anybody needs to coach him anymore on social media because I feel like he has surpassed us all.
Who?
He is like, I
Nadal.
taught him one thing in one night, and now he's like more of an expert than
posting.
all of us.
I am posting on Instagram now, guys.
He's posting, he's
Wow.
collabing, he's
So Karama
he's
and I, we
resharing.
stopped Nadal from posting all this time. We're like, no,
Yeah.
you're gonna say things like, and then Cora, he gives him access like this. So like,
Maisa, when was the last time in your caption for 2 years that you used bold letters and regular letters with the title to bring up the title, stuff like that? I'm learning new skills, guys. Now.
I feel like my dad just learned social media and was using bold letters.
All of me and your dad, we can make a good team. Is Noah there with you? Is Noah there with you?
He just left. I think he went to his room. He's like up and down right now.
Inshallah, we'll feel better
But
soon.
we'll yeah, I like that idea. Yiping, we'll have a code teaching workshop, one of these webinars. I think that'll be a good like break, you know, in between kind of everything. So
You mean what,
But-
like social media for dummies? Okay.
social media for dummies, yeah. Like the whole book series. we
I'll
have.
register. Yeah.
Oh God, no, that's fun. I mean, aside from that, I think every day is almost an emotional roller coaster. I feel like a lot of, especially since we're talking about social media, you know, you're scrolling in 1 second, not even a minute, but in 1 second, you're looking at something which is so atrocious and I don't see it like it's hard to describe, but so descriptive where you have no words, and then the next second you could be scrolling and be laughing because of something funny, you know. I feel like a lot of that is also tailored with the algorithmic purposes, but it's tailored in a way for us to continue to stay in like a state of mind where we're not as focused where we need to be. You know, of course, it's not good to be in constant dread as well, and then constantly scrolling and constantly only seeing either atrocity or only seeing things that are funny. But I don't even know if there's a such thing as a balance with regards to that. What I truly feel like would be a better balance is what we do here. You know, instead of the instant gratification of going from one extreme to the other extreme, from one extreme to the other extreme, that I feel like ends up doing a lot more damage at the end of the day for each and every one of us. It becomes very conflicting. I know a lot of us are in this space. We do all the work that we do, but with regards to other people in public, even some members of my family who are not necessarily in the space that we're in and doing this type of work, when they're going and seeing that type of scrolling and they're going from one extreme to the other extreme, they're going to end up focusing on the extreme of something that is funny because of course they don't want to have to deal with the atrocities and having to bear witness like we all are. And the problem that I end up seeing with that is it kind of gives them that excuse to just focus on that other extreme side of things and just tell themselves that they're stressed enough with work, stressed enough with bills, stressed enough with this and that I would much rather focus now on the funny things and make sure that the way a lot of these algorithms work is if I start liking more of a certain type of post, or if I comment more on a certain type of post, you're going to start seeing more of that type of content rather than the opposite, So I think that ends up being a huge disadvantage with a lot of other people who are not necessarily, again, in the type of space that we're in and doing that work. It's just something that I was kind of thinking about there, that like how we leverage, social media to be able to get our awareness. I feel like we're honestly doing a great job, because as difficult as it is with all the censorship and a lot of these big accounts, we're still getting through to a lot of people, which is amazing to see. But just going on top, just branching off of that, I'm sure everybody saw recently, like the whole campaign with healthcare workers and fig scrubs that they did, you know, at the Hill and whatnot. But one thing that I noticed there, aside from how irritating it was to kind of see these things, that we've been doing this work for almost 3 years, going monthly to the Hill, you know, taking off each and every person coming from everywhere around the States, even from Canada, different parts of, even sometimes I think we've gotten some people from out of country as well too. Like it was frustrating to kind of see the ability for these other people to, because of the sponsorship and for the ease of access that they had. Because of that whole exception that they're not speaking about Palestine, even though the asks are very similar, if not identical, to a lot of what we're also asking for, plus what we're speaking about when it comes to Palestine as well. But one thing again that I noticed there that I wanted to bring up specifically was the reach that I noticed, aside from the you know, the actor that showed up and whatnot, who has a big presence anyways. The reach I did not see. The reach from the other people that were there was nowhere near the reach that I noticed that we have. And that I thought was a key thing that I was trying to remind myself of, is even though how frustrating that it did appear from an optics perspective of seeing them being able to do that, we're still having a far reach, and it's not just here in the US, but worldwide. And that I feel like is a massive impact. And we see that kind of pendulum shift even more and more the more we have that ability to increase that awareness. So I think that's a good point that I wanted to bring up just as like on a hopeful thing there.
That's really good and very reassuring. And on top of this, we are doing all this for free, and their Zionist criminal state is paying $700 million
Yeah,
to do
I
some
mean,
PR damage for all the crimes they are committing and all the social media that the truth tellers are doing.
so my psych brain, when you say that, obviously nothing is going to be for free, but yes, you're right in the sense that we're not getting monetized for it or sponsored from any like major company, clothing company or things like that. But there is a cost, that cost being, of course, you know, us bearing witness, which is something that I personally, I feel like is absolutely important, but it still comes at a cost. And that I feel like is still important to remember, because we don't also want to take out our own humanity. And we have to remember that at the end of the day, we are still human. And if we forget the fact that there is still a cost there, whatever we perceive how the gravity of what that cost looks like, it's going to differ between each and every one of us, of course. But to not remember that, we forget to not focus then when we need to, or listen to our bodies when we need to. And that's when we end up burning out, or end up, even though we want to, of course, continue, and we have to continue to keep pushing. But when we're not focused on that, we end up doing a disservice to the action that we're trying to create then. You know, whether it's you know, being at the Hill and being at the point where we're unable to fully articulate what we want to articulate when we're having these meetings because of that burnout or exhaustion, because we're not focusing on the cost, the human cost that we are still putting on ourselves. So just being a little mindful or cognizant of that, you know, allows us to kind of pace ourselves in a way where we don't end up doing that disservice then.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you. And to even
I
add,
forget all the time, so it's like I
yeah,
have to remind.
please. We need this your feedback, your input every time. And to even get stronger, we need an emergency room doctor. We have Dr. Phil Brewer now. What else does the emergency room doctor can add to us here to make us even more stronger, more powerful, and more effective? Maisa, if you don't mind, I have to go. If you please take over. Dr. Brewer, you're welcome.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Nidal. Thank you.
Phil, I heard you sing. You sing really nicely. Like we need more of that.
Oh, thank you. Well, I grew up Pentecostal.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about the Pentecostal church, music is a huge part of it. It's something that the Pentecostals appropriated from the black churches, although they won't really admit it. But anyway, this was just, you know, these webinars just get better and better. I add on to what everybody has said about the emotions go up and down, and it's funny and it's sad, and you want to cry sometimes, and sometimes I do cry. That's when I turn my camera off. I'm so happy to be part of this group. You know, it's a friendship, and it is therapeutic. And I like the way that we speak openly to each other. You know, right now I'm speaking of social media. There's a well-known politician in my state of Connecticut. He's not really known outside of the state, but within Democratic circles in the states, he's very well known. And he made some comments about Gaza and so forth. And I noticed that he never says genocide. And I called him on it. And so we've had this back and forth where he has taken a very condescending tone, and finally accused me of being a lobbyist because I go to Washington, yeah, it's just a constant, you know, push. It's like walking through mud. You do make progress, but every step is effort. But then when you can look over at your partner who's walking next to you and have a laugh, that's what keeps us going. So I guess that's my emergency medicine advice, because it's kind of the same thing in many ways. And I just one practical point, we have been talking about concentrating on the issue of getting supplies to come in. And I really hope that we can take advantage of the webinars when we're talking to people who are on the ground in Gaza and get some specifics about what do they have, what do they need, what's the 5 items that they would most like to have, and that sort of thing. Because that's the kind of thing I think we can take to Washington and speak as people who are in direct contact with people in Gaza.
Yeah.
So,
I think we can work with Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Yusuf Abu Rish and our colleagues and come up with like a comprehensive list.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know,
now I'm going back to my twin 1-year-old grandkids.
I'll enjoy that.
All right. Thank you.
I go back to something, I don't know if Yiping's still there, but we were having a conversation once and he told me it's some reflection that stays with me, like when you get tired, take a break, don't quit. And I think it is tough, and we are human, and of course, you know, having each other really helps and gives us a sense of community and a support system. But sometimes, yeah, it does get too much, and taking a break every now and then is not it's actually a really healthy thing. And being honest with ourselves also is very helpful.
Yeah, like I think I was telling you guys even yesterday when I was at the airport welcoming Haitham, had a couple organizers, some that were like kind of reluctant to reach out, but then a couple that were pushing some others to kind of reach out to kind of get help because they clearly showed signs of needing it. Within seconds of even opening my mouth, just waterworks. So the toll is, you know, the beautiful thing I feel like with us having a community and remembering is within our community, when it does get to that point, one of us is able to take that break that we need because we can't pour from an empty cup, right? And then another from within our community steps up and takes that mantle, right? And I love the idea of that, and I try to remind especially like a lot of these organizers, I know, I understand, like even probably you, Mesa, as well, too, so much is on your shoulders and so much is dependent upon you. You don't want to feel that you're burdening anybody else with having to deal with the amount of work that you have to do, you know? It's a hard thing to remind yourself that it's okay to be able to step back a little bit. Because you yourself then wouldn't be able to provide that necessary need to if you're also at a breaking point, right?
I found a dog that's $1.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have no idea what. Hold on.
Noah.
Wait, what did you say?
Where is the dog? Hi, Noah.
I'm gonna get it.
Oh, wow.
I, I have no idea what.
Amazing.
Yeah, roller coasters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was I feel like we also get these constant reminders, and again, I'm just speaking from my perspective, where I get these constant reminders when I like see and I know to do that, but more often than none, I'll be the first one to forget.
Hmm.
You know.
We had like when we first met Ahmed, the musician, like one of the things that were so fascinating to me is that how he was able to almost like rewire the brains of these children to associate the sound of drone with music and creativity instead of fear. And then he said to us, like, when the drones didn't come one day, they were like, where are the drones? Like, we want to make music. And so I think probably like part of like my own healing is like to remember that framing and how I think of this work as healing instead of stressful. Of course, it gets too much, and of course, it's overwhelming. But there is magic in remembering that we can give meaning to something that is either positive or negative, and we can, in most cases, we have a choice. Sometimes those conditions are forced upon us, but if we have a choice, then we should take it, and we should choose to find some resilience out of the challenges. And it sounds idealistic, but like just listening to Ahmed and how he did it with the children, I was like, wow, if they can do it in Gaza,
it's amazing.
Then we need to get rid of our fragility and just literally get rid of this fragility and like figure out a way to and to be stronger by growing this community, growing the movement, and not isolating ourselves. Probably with also something that I keep thinking about. Anyone else? Mary Beth, you barely said anything today. You said a few things. We want to hear more from you.
I think Dr. Suyang had her hand up.
Oh,
yeah. I just want to ask Yiping, what happened to you and your medical association?
The Ontario Medical Association.
Yeah.
Yeah, after they kicked me
They
out of
didn't
their
say sorry.
They have not said sorry. They have not communicated with me whatsoever, even though I know that they're perfectly able to reach out to me if they want to. Yeah, I might end up meeting with some lawyers tomorrow around taking legal action. Because yeah, the way that they've created this vague rule or wording is also just a flagrant attack on basic freedom of speech and association rights, and is rooted in anti-Palestinian racism, but also just tramples on all other kind of like freedom of speech rights. And this is not what a provincial medical association should be doing with its time and with its money, right? Like money that I give them for working as a doctor, and they're not putting their time and energy into improving healthcare for patients living in this province. They are choosing it to take out, their time and energy to silence and suppress their own members who just show up to a meeting with a watermelon pin.
I think it's very serious because they're participating in the erasure of the colors of Palestine, which is it. That's basically it, is that?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I've heard from a handful of people who have previously worked at the member association, Ontario Medical Association, who have been bullied, personally bullied by the executive staff members who pulled me out from the meeting and didn't allow me back into the meeting. And also I explained to those two people that pulled me out that this has happened to other people where they've been excluded from a clinic, sent home from the hospital for wearing a watermelon pin or a pin that has a watermelon on it, that says, Palestine or something. This has happened to multiple people across this country, and people have been intimidated to remove their pins, and many have been, like many of those kinds of intimidation campaigns have been successful, because people are afraid of losing their jobs, and people's jobs have been threatened simply for this in
You know
healthcare
what's
in
ironic
Canada.
too is that Canada actually acknowledges the state of Palestine.
But they won't have the flag.
Well, there's been some flag raising ceremony, but it's like all performative ceremonial. But like when it comes to sending weapons to Israel, it's still flowing. When it comes the whatever, like close to 2,000 students who have full scholarships to come to Gaza, they wouldn't give them visas. They will not allow families to be reunited with their families in Gaza. Like they refuse to evacuate anyone. But they acknowledge the state of Palestine. On what land? On what? It doesn't matter. It's just all performative and complicit and disgusting, and we cannot trust them, unfortunately.
Yeah. I have heard from a few legal experts and lawyers that talk about the legal responsibility for Canada to not arm a state that is committing genocide and at war with another friendly state. So if Canada actually acknowledges the state of Palestine and has a friendly relationship with Palestine as a state, then Canada should not be sending weapons to another country that is illegally occupying, committing genocide and apartheid, and whatever in their terms, quote, at war with Palestine, a friendly state. And so there are legal obligations that Canada still, on top of pre-existing legal obligations, should uphold and should not be trampling on to continue to support Zionism and Israel.
Absolutely. Mary Beth. I keep going back to you. Mary Beth.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you to the 89 people who are still hanging in there. This is I thought today might be a quicker webinar because like we had two distinct things planned and only two in the email that went out, but yay. So I have trained in music my whole life, piano, flute, classical vocals. And I remember learning, years ago, maybe when I was a CNA, right? I was a nurse's aide, and we would have, some people with different types of aphasia where they couldn't generate spoken words, but they could sing it, right? And then on one of my rotations, a neurologist told me how singing and speaking have different parts of the brain that are activated. So I actually always thought that was such an interesting thing that I love to share with people is, that singing, there's overlapping pathways to spoken and sung word, but they are their own distinct pathways. And in fact, singing pulls in both sides of your brain to manage not just the words, but the rhythm and the melody. That's where the right side comes in more, managing rhythm and melody. So you get like a full brain experience in music. And because I'm both into the nerdy stuff and the artsy stuff. So yeah, I think a DAG project doing like a group songwriting would be really funny.
That's you and Phil leading it.
Right? No, well, no, and you don't have to be musically talented. You like your musician, like we saw today, that he takes all of the thoughts and feelings and ideas of all the different people in this team, and he turns it into a song for us, where we're just like, well, wait, what? And with the group of personalities we have, come on, that would be pretty funny. All right. So she's not here, Annie Habibi, but for weeks now, I've been meaning to remember to say every time Annie Habibi talks, I am so grateful for Annie Habibi.
I know. I know.
Maybe I can remember next time
I'll
when
remind
she's
you.
still on,
We'll let
right?
her
Thank
know.
you.
But she's great.
Remind me.
Because
Because
we hate to do this stuff, and she's incredible.
right? Like, so I said, like, we have software engineers now that are hanging out with DAG, and it's like, thank goodness. We can't all be good at everything, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. So sometimes in activism, sometimes people miss a mark, right? I'm a white lady who is in the army. And I know that I want to show up and not cause harm, even inadvertently, right? So I've had to do a lot of work on myself and also acknowledge that the work never ends. You're never done. You've never reached, like, there's no destination of perfect ally. But you keep learning and you take those imperfections and you have to learn also how to apologize and repair. And one of my soapbox issues is that many times activists, this white fragility in organizing spaces, not always limited to white people, that white fragility pops up and is like, oh no, you didn't like everything I do or say. I must be very defensive and convince you that your interpretation or your feelings are wrong. Instead of train yourself to fix that reflex, to be like, wow, you care enough to teach me, to take the time, and to put yourself out there, knowing that it's also kind of a risk for you, because like white lady tears are a weapon. So every time I've learned from somebody who has said, hey, this wasn't cool, or I didn't like, that was a risk to them that they took, but felt like they could maybe invest in me and I could learn and I could do better. And so like, I've been coached a lot by a lot of people. Another point is, who do we seek authority from when speaking on matters outside of ourselves, right? So like, this was also something I had to learn early on in advocacy as related to Palestinians. Not a monolith, but how do you find voices that they don't have to be perfect, but you can trust their moral center as a guide, and you watch and you learn. And so I've been very grateful for DAG for that, right? Because like, technically the Palestinian Authority is Palestinian, but I'm not looking for them on guidance on how to support this movement. Just like, does anybody remember Colin Powell?
Yes,
Republican, retired General Colin Powell. I wouldn't look to Colin Powell to be a voice of like
the blacks,
the black community, right?
Yeah.
He's probably not a good person to pick, because even then, as I absorb all of that information, I'm still responsible for myself and the things I do and the things I say, and must not be like, well, my friend said this, or my friend said that, or this advisor I had said it. No, right? Like, take information from people whose moral centers you can trust with a variety of perspectives. So also, peer-reviewed journals are not always the be-all end-all, and let us not as academics get trapped in the idea that our world of academia is the authority, or hide behind the walls of academia, because we've seen lawyers do this to us, right? Where they'll try and like talk around something. Congresswoman Madeline Dean has tried to do that to me. Like 2.5 years ago, she was like, well, technically we can't have a ceasefire. It would have to be, and I'm like, Madeline, you're hiding behind the rhetoric of your law degree, right? So let's not also hide behind the rhetoric of, well, these are peer-reviewed journals and these are my sources, because these peer-reviewed journals are also exclusionary by their nature. And who doesn't have access to publish, right? Okay. International Association of Genocide Scholars, all educated to become genocide scholars in Western colonizer systems of education. So there is an example where like they can call themselves scholars on genocide at large, but it also took them what, a good 2 years plus to talk about the ongoing genocide of the Palestinians. So just because somebody's like an organization based on something doesn't mean they don't have like damaging ideas about it either, yeah? So also, we had discussed, I'll share in the group how I'm sure Palestinians see it a lot, where people who are outside, not raised, seeing these atrocities, when they get in it and get into it, there is this like breaking open of the heart and soul and questioning everything you thought you knew about the world. And that comes to different people in different ways. And sometimes there's a spiral and people start getting a little extreme with their behaviors. Likewise, I encourage everybody to not conflate the intensity of your feelings with the impact of your action, right? They're not necessarily the same. Just because you feel really strongly and you need this to stop now. Oh my God, it's so, yeah, it is. It is really bad. But what are you building? What are you organizing? What are you breaking down so that you can rebuild? And I think these are things we all need to constantly ask ourselves, the organizations we're in, to keep ourselves in line and in check and not deify any one person, one movement, or one organization. I just go crazy with the notes. Okay, great. Something also for us to keep in mind every time we go to DC, every time we have these webinars. Genocide is not just theoretical for people who are surviving it. Mm-hmm. And so when we're in DC and we're talking to these Palestinians, these Congress people, let us not lose sight that we have people, like when we have people in our group who are Palestinian people, like what's that like for them to have to try and intercede to a politician to say, please stop bombing my people. Please stop killing us. God, and as much as I'm sensitive and I care and I love people, it's never gonna be the same as when it's actually you and your own being attacked. It doesn't have to be for your work and your contributions.
Oh, guys, you're still here? I was fixing the wall. Oh, I thought you.
Oh my God, Nitzal, you just.
I thought you always close after I don't.
I was holding class. I took a lot of notes. I had a lot of thoughts.
Okay.
You missed a lot, Nita.
Really good thoughts.
Just upper respiratory tract infection, nothing bad. Don't be scared by
that
the
any group has the right to stand on its own as its own. And we don't have to qualify the experiences of one group based on the experiences of another, nor use that as a form of validity, right? So I think that was it. And also, again, Munther, also gone, but I get so excited to hear from him. I'm a plant person. I grow a lot. In fact, I have Palestinian watermelon seeds that everybody thought this watermelon was extinct. And then like they found some seeds in an old desk in an old house in an old whatever that was being destroyed. And they were trying to like regrow them initially, if they could like regenerate this supposedly extinct type of watermelon from Jenin. And now they have made it so that you can buy the seeds globally in the hopes that one of these, because right now they haven't turned into good watermelons. I have no reason to think that my climate in Pennsylvania is gonna produce one of these vines appropriately, but one of the seeds might spontaneously like develop a change in its code such that it can recreate. That's kind of what the hope is that by propagating and continuing to propagate and sharing widely, that somewhere along the way, somebody's vine is gonna have like a genetic change that it turns into this watermelon again. So I think that's pretty neat. And that I want to go learn about growing strawberries from Munther because it's the thing I really am not good at growing. Because I
Mary
think
Beth, I want to ask you a question.
I love them to death, the strawberries I try and grow. And they need some benevolent neglect. Yes.
I want to ask you a question. Were we too hard on Dr. what's his name, Mansour?
No, because what is being hard? Right? Because you'll notice, like, even when Karama addressed it, she talked about herself and how she felt perceiving it. Like, this hurt me to see that.
Yeah, I
And
know,
someone said,
I know.
hey,
I
this
felt
has
very
been
upset.
from a long time ago. This is a long time coming. And it's like uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But like sit and reflect and then let it empower you even further and push you even
I'm
further to
really
be like,
glad.
like,
Yeah,
how did I miss this? I don't know, but I did, and I'm glad I know now.
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing, Dr. Suyang. I'm so glad that you brought it up. I'm so glad that Krame spoke. I'm so glad that Mesa spoke, and I'm so glad that all of you did. Because exactly what you said, I didn't think it was my place to say anything earlier, but exactly what you said, I have the same discussions with a lot of general psychiatrists as well too. And honestly, for it to have come directly from other Palestinians, was extremely important, I think. And I'm glad that he was able to have that opportunity. One, still to be able to at least voice his lecture that was censored, which is of course wrong. And at the same time, I think that feedback is also necessary because sometimes we don't have control over how these things end up happening. But I think it was absolutely necessary that it happened in this way. And I'm hoping that it shed some light going forward where he's able to, like Mary Beth said, to actually take it into consideration, take some time and actually understand what was said to him from colleague to colleague, not as if it's an attack, which I don't think any of you guys are doing, but warranted advice that was absolutely necessary because it's not again, going back to what you said earlier, it's not an issue with just one individual. I have seen this across the board when it comes to the vast majority of general psychiatrists who unfortunately have that frame of thinking. And I understand where it comes from as well too, because a lot of how our Western framework is, it's designed in that approach where even when I'm speaking to a lot of general psychiatrists, it's difficult for them to understand what the fault is when it comes, or what the fault is with their narrative or the way they're explaining it. So having it come again from Mesa, from Krame, from Palestinians, and actually voicing the hurt, the real hurt that comes from that type of narrative, there's no level of attack or if it was too hurtful or not. All of it was necessary, I feel like.
I just want to add one more thing, guys, to put things into
And then Gore
perspective.
has his hand up right after you, Nida. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So to put things into perspective, the other side completely canceled him and canceled his lecture because they did not agree with the narrative. We did not do that. We actually
we engage.
We are actually supporting him. We're standing behind him. We're trying to amplify his voice, but that does not mean that we agree with every single thing he has. But we can respectfully disagree or highlight the thing that we agree with, the things we don't agree with. Just because anyone is your supporter or something like that does not mean that you have to unconditionally take everything they say. That's point one. Now, point two, it's our duty to each other, even if we agree on the same thing, to advise each other, to bring the hind spots. I make mistakes. I am Palestinian. I still make mistakes when I speak on behalf of the people of Gaza that I myself is a victim of, and I don't mind when someone from Gaza, I mean, I always tell people of Gaza, I don't want to help you leave. Leaving is helping the Israeli project, okay? This is evacuation. This is actually falling in their trap. But when he tells me I lost half my family, my kids, I want my kids to live like yours, then I have to shut up myself, being Palestinian, because I don't live in his shoes. I don't have his lived experience, his truth. So we do have always to keep a space, leave a space for even for us. Not all Palestinians are the same. Some Palestinians are pro-Hamas, some Palestinians are anti-Hamas, some Palestinians want to stay in Gaza, some Palestinians want to live in Gaza. No community in the world is homogeneous 100%. And every human being, even living through the same experience. Maybe you're better than this at how to express this, but even two people living the same experience, growing up in the same home, might have two different reflections, two different takes on that lived experience. So it's always good to have a room for disagreement, as long as it's respectful, as long as it's intended to be in a way educational or constructive. We do love Dr. Mansour. We support him. We know where he's coming from. We are not against him, and we know what he's trying to do. And if I was at an institutional presentation, I know I have to be careful how to present things, how to get things through. But at the same time, we need to also say that while this might be what you need to do to get in that space, although even that did not help you, even
Yeah, that's
priming the
right.
Holocaust as the cause of all things and the origin of all things, the origin of how the world was created was the Holocaust. Even when he centered all of this, that even did not save him. The fact that his mentor is Jewish, the fact that all his colleagues are Jewish who supported him, that even did not.
Didn't
So
work.
how we do things at DAG, we will just do it black and white. We will say the
Yeah.
truth. We will say
Yeah.
it as is. Like
Yes.
it or don't like it, that's your problem. We're not gonna get a Jewish chaperone or a white person with blue eyes just so people can take us seriously. We as Palestinians or Sudanese or Congolese or Pakistani or Hindu or whatever, and African or whatever it is, we own our truth. We own our lived experience as is. You have to take it as is, with our accent, with our color, with our unskillfulness. Even if you are better than me in speeches, in talks, if you're smarter than me, that does not still take away from you, should not take away from me. If I am Chinese, I will speak for the Chinese experience. If I am Asian, I speak for the Asian experience. If I'm Mexican, I speak for the Mexican, how it's perceived by them, and knowing that even themselves, there is no, I mean, there is always some diversity of opinion among all of these. So we'll go to Gore, then
And
we
then
go to
Don.
Don. Don, are you our own Don?
Yeah.
We
Long
miss you,
time to see.
Don.
Yeah,
Go
Gore,
ahead,
are you still
Been
there?
so long.
I am, and no, you took the words out of my mouth, Nadal. Because as I was listening to the presentation, I also felt deep discomfort, and I was looking at it from a, dealing with a lot of institutions here in Canada. I totally got what he was doing, but I think that this Dr. Mansour's presentation and experience, I think what it showed is exactly what you named, is that even with a lot of care and restraint and institutional fluency, that it's still not enough once Palestine is being named directly. And as a communicator, I think there's an important lesson in that. There's a real emotional, political, and moral cost to forcing Palestinian reality through layers of institutional translation in hopes of, achieving legitimacy from systems that are so fundamentally structurally committed to refusing it. So the question, I think, at this point cannot be how do we make this more acceptable. It's got to be learning to separate what is ethically true from what is institutionally comfortable, because ethical truth, as we know, is what we're witnessing and what we believe is morally required once we see it. Institutional comfort is a whole other thing. It's what avoids backlash and discomfort and professional consequences. And I get the sense, and from what I've seen, and obviously from what Yiping is seeing in healthcare spaces in Canada, and I'm sure and others across the world that are so heavily Zionist influenced, those two often get blurred. And when they do, quote unquote professionalism can quietly become self-censorship. And I think what you, Nadal, and Mesa and Karama made very clear is that Palestinian suffering doesn't need that filtering in order to be named or taken seriously. Right. And I think the challenge is just learning how to hold that truth even when it produces discomfort, rather than treating discomfort as something that overrides it.
Yeah, and I wish Dr. Mansour was still here. I mean, it does feel uncomfortable to discuss this with with him not being here, but yeah, we'll definitely reach out and share with him some of these thoughts. And of course,
and we're very grateful for his work. He's very brave to actually lay all these things and a lot of political, historical facts and his intention was to discuss this in a professional setting. It's not easy.
He was with us on the Hill. That's actually how.
But again, this is how we all grow. We learn with each other. We're talking in general, not necessarily just about this lecture, this topic. I mean, Maisa wrote this her piece last week or 2 weeks ago, so it wasn't even just about this lecture. We did not even know the lecture. This is something that we all need to learn as we go, learn from each other and grow and improve. None of us is perfect. I mean, I think. Maybe I might make mistakes already today, or maybe not have the best approach, stuff like that. So we all learn from each other. We make mistakes. When we make a mistake, we humbly just acknowledge it and apologize and move on. But we will be a more informed or smarter people going forward. But we miss Dawn and we miss Abraham. Is Abraham there with you?
He's in the house right now, but I just wanted to say we can hold all these truths that, like, it's okay
Do
to
you want to
actually.
introduce yourself? Do you want to introduce yourself, Dawn? Because not too many people know you. I know you, but not everyone knows you here. Long time
Well,
to see. So good to see you again.
I wanted to talk because actually from what Yiping said about mental health, I took a step away for my mental health and I reconnected with my Irish ancestry and I'm actually learning music. So I wanted, like, coming back to this webinar was, it was like fate. It was destiny. I just was like, wow, you opened with something that I've been using as like my mental health healing just for like a month since I went up to visit my mother in Canada who had cancer and just really reconnected in that way. Also, I wanted to tell Munter that he put me to shame because I am out here in my garden that is like not turned. I've planted some vegetables, but like I am actually just lucky that my cucumbers decided to come back. But I was like, wow, what an incredible offering. And I wanted to remind everybody that our farm workers, our healthcare workers, that our musicians, our healthcare workers, that we have healthcare workers go far beyond the physicians and the nurses, that they are caregivers, they're mothers. We are all healthcare workers. And then I also really appreciate the healthcare workers are journalists because I mean, if you do know me, I'm a healthcare worker and I'm a journalist. I got my formal education at Concordia in Montreal in journalism, and then I started caring for my disabled brother. And I also wanted to add that autistic people are give them so much credit for actually calling out the truths and always saying the truth, even when it's not socially acceptable for them to do that. My autistic siblings do that.
I'm proud to be autistic. I'm proud to be autistic.
So we really appreciate that kind of truth telling, and we love Mansour, Dr. Mansour, and we also we call people in out of love, because we want them to know hey, this is hurtful. We don't want to be hurting each other, and they're everybody. A lot of people are coming with good intentions, and we want to help them in the right direction, if any. And I was actually so relieved about everybody's responses. to the talk because I was feeling the same thing. So anyway, just like appreciate you all, and I am coming back.
You're back. You're back.
And I am covered in dirt because I've been in the garden. So, but I am put to shame by my colleagues in Gaza.
Can you remove the filter so we can see your garden, please? Can you remove that
yeah, how do
background?
I tried to, but I
go to the video thing and go to the effect, what do they call it? Background
Settings?
effects. Choose none.
Virtual
Go to the video
backgrounds.
thing.
None.
The arrow.
Okay, so this is
yes.
this is
Wow,
my
that's good.
shameful part. There's chives, like things coming up from last year that I did not plant. But
There's a house that's destroyed there out in Gaza. Can you show me that house there?
oh God, that's our neighbor.
Yes, no, there's a house there.
What are you talking about? Just blurting out the
they're
direct.
building.
Being
They're building.
honest.
Maine, USA.
But this is my cucumber that came up. I've got peas coming up. They're popping up, and Mansour got me to go outside and think about my garden, and I found out that the peas are coming up. I have blacktail mountain watermelons and ice cream melons, but these are the cucumbers that came up on their own.
Wow.
All of these little guys, and then there's little baby peas. I don't think you can really see them, but they're coming up too, and they're going to climb over these little trellises. But I also do believe in keeping like the natural environment. So this is my lower backyard that I let to grow wild because it's full of bees, it's full of birds, it's full of life. It's not just a monocrop of grass. I believe it also helps bring up some of the water in the swampy area because we are pretty close to sea level. But I don't want to take up too much time.
Okay, Don, before you go.
Coming back here was amazing.
Don, before you go, if you promise me one thing, I'm going to promise you two in return. Do you promise that you and Abraham are going to come back and be here with us?
Okay, yeah, we'll come back, Abe and I.
Okay, so we promise you two things. We'll promise you to be a panelist all the time, so you're welcome every week to be on the panel. The other promise is, Yiping, we found a competitor for you. Dawn is the social media. She is the journalist. She's the social media also queen too. So we're gonna have our social media team get bigger and bigger, better and better too.
Amazing.
Hello, Sahla Dawn. And say hello to Abraham and everyone, please. And it's so good to see you back. I'm sorry, some of us did not recognize you when you were in the audience, but when I heard Dawn, I knew it was you. Oh, Don is insisting. I told him that only one Don can do this. Bring it up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I love you all so much, and I just am so grateful for this space.
We love you back, and we miss you. Thank you for coming back.
It is almost 5:30, guys. It's almost 5:30.
You're all turning into.
What did we hear from Dr. Abu Rish? What did he say?
It's better that he does
What was his first feedback to us?
You have to be more efficient, guys. You have to do all of this in 1 hour. 1
We're
hour.
obviously
Anything
learning
beyond 1 hour does not count.
well.
Yeah, it's midnight in Gaza now.
We still have 70 people on here and maybe more on the YouTube.
I think solidarity is infectious.
Yeah.
But
again, today was kind of tough. It was. I mean, I don't know. Like every day is kind of
especially
good
Congo.
and bad in its own. Yeah.
YouTube has 62 people
wow.
still watching.
But overall, guys, we really apologize if we offended anyone. It wasn't our goal. It wasn't our intention. And it is painful. I mean, when you hurt me, I'm gonna tell you you are hurting me. I'm not saying I hate you. I'm not saying I don't agree with you. I don't mean that I don't appreciate what you do. But I really think this what we owe it to all of us. If I advise my patient to do something and he's telling me it's hurting me, I mean, I have to maybe sit back and reconsider and see how we can do it in a better way, if I can. Sometimes you can't, but at least the victim or the patient do have the right to be heard, and if possible, approached in a better way. And we also apologize for the technical problem in the beginning, although we did increase the webinar capacity to 1,000, but because, Abraham is here. Hi, Abraham, how are you? This is my friend. Hi, hello. Hello, Abraham. Me and Abraham and Dr. Al-Farrasan, we're gonna make another team for not social media, maybe something else. Abraham and Dawn is amazing. She's taking care of Abraham. She's his sister. She's raising him. She's taking care of him all by herself. She's been doing this for years, as you can tell. And Dawn also, July 20th, I think July 20th or 22, there is the Disability Day or Week, Advocacy Week in DC. Are you aware of this? Yeah, but there is an advocacy week coming up in July 2022 or something. We're trying to have our advocacy day coincide with that and have our July advocacy centered on people with disability. Okay, guys.
Thanks.
Dr. Ahmed, ساعة عندك what time is it now? It's 12:25.
Yes, it's 12:25, but really, we don't want to leave.
The same thing.
لا يا
We
دكتور
also don't want to
خلاص يعني
leave.
خلاص
احنا قاعدين.
Do you know that at one point during the genocide, we considered having a 24/7 webinar and a
Oh my goodness.
24/7 camera? The only
Literally,
thing that stopped us is
On
we
Nasser
could not
Hospital,
find,
yes.
we could not buy the camera. We wanted to have a camera in Gaza on Al Shifa Hospital, the few places in
Nasser, yeah.
Gaza that live streams 24/7 so we can monitor the whole area and what happened. And when we tried to buy them, I remember asking Iyad, and he miskin, he tried for 2 weeks to find such equipment and he could not find it. Plus, even if we found them, to have an internet connection, that was on the days when there was no internet. There was no internet. The only way to get internet was through few channels, Al Jazeera or CNN, but you have to pay like thousands of dollars to get only a few minutes. So it was not feasible. Now it's feasible. Maybe we can do that at one point, 24/7 live streaming from Gaza, Sudan, Congo, everywhere, wherever people need our voice or need our presence. نعم دكتور احمد نعس بقول لك بديش
No, no,
نام
no, no,
هلا
no. My
بتفكر
friend,
قاعد
no, no, no. I'm looking for book of Dr. Swee, and why I was surprised. You know, she's in page 20. She mentioned that Gaza Hospital under ICRC protection in 1982. In picture 2, Gaza Hospital shelled in 1982, doctors' residence on 6th floor destroyed. Top floor of Gaza Hospital bombed by war planes in 1982. Gaza Hospital attacked and occupied. Photo during a short ceasefire in 1985. The criminals used to attack hospitals since a long time.
Yeah.
When I saw that pictures, it is in page 22 in book of Dr. Sui. I remembered what happened in our hospital when they attacked the hospital many times, and one of that time they attack our colleagues while they are studying medicine, and one time when they attack the room that beside our section, and a young girl was killed, the one who has the amputated limb. She was killed at that attack. So that criminals are really psychopaths. They are racism psychopath, and they need to be judged, inshallah, as soon as possible in Lahai, inshallah.
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله انت ودانيا بتاخذوهم على هاي ان شاء الله
Yes,
احنا
yes.
بنساعدكم بنتفرج
لموهم.
Dania, she will analyze what's happening with their psychopath.
Yeah.
تعرف انه دانيا كل مره بروح على دي سي بتسوق من نيويورك لدي سي لحالها 4 ساعات الصبح وبتضل معنا طول اليوم واخر النهار بعد ما نكون تعبانين وماكلين هواء بتسوق كمان على نيويورك لحالها and she does not miss one single day.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله.
لما
God
نقول لها
bless
نامي
her.
لك ليل ارتاحي ريحي شوي احنا خلص مش عارف ايش تعبانين من الجنسات تقول لك no I don't care I'll do it every time.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. Appreciate it really.
دانيا
طيب
أصلية.
يعني مين اللي بده يسكر الويبينار؟
ايه؟
Who's gonna close off?
No, no, this is like a
Let's
Palestinian
have actually
guy. Goes on forever.
today we want vote. Dr. Habib, do you want to close the webinar for us today?
Please close it. Like
Dr.
close
Habib.
it. No further.
Seems none of us is able to close it. So please do it for us. We need a wise
Serious
doctor, cardiologist from UK.
I can't. I've read Mace's article and I'm still thinking about it, and I don't think I have the right to.
No, you do.
We're asking you for help, man. We're asking you for help.
He is applying the lessons learned in this context. So
Maybe Mary Beth, you can do it.
no, also applying the lessons learned here.
No, we want Dr. Dr. Rahman.
Make Danya do it. Danya can do it.
Or Danya.
Danya do it. Please,
Right?
Danya,
She's a
you're
therapist. She can use some of her therapist skills.
Yes,
Just
Danya,
like
please school us into like
bring us to a closing.
No, I vote for Dr. Habib because clearly he's really impacted by what he read, and I think it'll be good for him to apply it to closing out.
Yeah, Habib is like
He has
a lot.
blessing from all the Palestinians on the panel, so please, Dr. Habib.
do it, man. I mean, how many CPRs did
They're
you do in
asking
your
you
life?
for help in a
How many
specific
CPRs
way.
did you do? Consider this one more CPR.
Please help.
There's
more
gotta be some clinical like name for this
One
situation
more
we're in.
discharge.
Yeah.
Rumination.
Yeah,
Oh, I
rumination.
know what the clinical name.
Perseveration?
Separation anxiety.
Separation.
Separation anxiety.
I actually had an appointment at 5 and it's like, well, whatever.
Okay. Well, I've learned a lot today, as usual. There's always so much love in these webinars, and of course, we have to be fueled by love because that's the most important thing to drive us.
You sound like eating.
Yeah, I mean, him and Yiping are.
It's the most important thing to drive us. We can't be driven by anger. We have to be driven by love. So, and I think everyone here has loved everything that they've learned from the Palestinians, and it gives you an appreciation for life that we are otherwise not blessed by. So I hope everyone takes that away today. I love you all, especially the people I haven't met yet, because you make it happen. So yeah, thank you to everyone. Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're gonna close off. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
See you next week, everyone.
Dr. Ahmed.
Love you.
مع السلامة.
يلا مع السلامة.
تصبحوا على خير.